Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have a good weekend. We're going to start off with the state's next witness name for the record.
The state's going to call Dr. Harold Gill King.
In Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. King. How are you?
Doing well.
My name is John Hunter. I represent Mr. McDonald. We just have a few...
Microphone, please.
Sorry. My name is John Hunter, and I represent Mr. McDonald, and I just have a few questions for you before we begin your testimony in front of the jury. My understanding is that you were asked to consult on a case involving skeletonized remains involving decedent BCME 2019-1699, later identified as Andreen McDonald. Is that right?
It's yes.
And the state has asked you to come and provide expert testimony and opinion today in conjunction with that case.
Yes.
Could you please tell us, explain to the court what opinions you anticipate providing today?
Well, I will provide a description of the injuries that I saw on those skeletal remains.
Okay. And what did you review in order to render an opinion about that subject?
Little chronology here. Went to the Bexar County ME's office at the request of a different pathologist to perform some casework in a kind of a teaching context. Later that day, Dr. Feig approached me and said, would you mind giving these remains, that is to say, the remains of our decedent, a look while you're here? And I said, certainly, and went over the remains in his presence. After that examination, we concluded that it might be a good idea if we would send the remains to our laboratory for a bit closer scrutiny, which we did. And at that time, I performed my analysis and so forth, which will be the sum and substance of my remarks today.
Okay. So, specifically, are you going to be providing any testimony regarding an opinion as to cause of death?
I am entitled to do so under the code, although that is typically done by the medical examiner. Cause and manner are generally specified, although I will be happy to opine on that.
Well, let me ask you, do you have an opinion as to cause of death?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Cause of death is homicidal violence.
Okay. And is it your belief that the damage to the bones that you identified can be pinpointed to the cause of death?
No.
So you're not going to be saying any specified injury was that you identified on the bones as cause of death?
What I'm going to say is for a little spoiler here, is that blunt force injury cannot be excluded as a cause or contributing cause of death.
Okay. You wouldn't rule out another cause of death or a contributing cause of death based on what you had available for you to evaluate, correct?
What I'm saying is that the injuries that I observed and noted constitute cause or contributing causes of death.
Okay, let me ask it a different way slightly. You cannot rule out that the acute cause of death in this case was something involving strangulation, right?
No.
You couldn't rule out a soft tissue injury as being a
There was no
contributing-
soft tissue to examine.
Right. And the highway bone in this case was not recovered,
I'm
right?
sorry, what?
The highway bone in this case was not recovered, correct?
It was not one of the elements that I inventoried.
And so, you know, in many cases involving strangulation or damage to the cartilage and structures of the throat and esophagus, highway bone damage is an indicator of that, perhaps.
One of several.
But without that data, you can't comment one way or the other, right?
In specific or in general.
Well, I guess both. in this
What I'm
case.
saying is that if you're asking if one can determine that strangulation might have been involved in the absence of the hyoid, the answer is yes. There are other indicators.
But in this case, because there was no soft tissue, you could not.
No, not because there was no soft tissue, because there was no additional indication in the hard tissues. It is a common misconception that the hyoid is the only indicator of strangulation. There are other bony indicators,
Okay, I understand.
but I could not comment on strangulation because there was nothing else abnormal.
So it is equally as possible that that was the cause of death in this case.
Yes, it is a possibility.
Okay. Now, in your report, in the summary of your opinion, have you reviewed your report today in anticipation of your testimony?
Not today.
Okay, but you're familiar generally with what your opinions were in that.
Yes.
You noted that there were exhibitions of perimortem blunt force injuries to the mandible.
That's correct.
Now, when you use the term perimortem, what do you mean by that?
Perimortem means around the time of death. Literally.
Around the time of death.
Around the time of death.
Okay, but you would not render an opinion as to whether that occurred prior to her dying or after her dying. You can't say.
No.
You would just acknowledge that it was sometime around the time that she died.
In a short time frame around the time of death. Yes.
Okay. Similarly, when you indicate that fracture patterns on the right manual digits indicate that burning occurred in the perimortem period, you're simply saying that burning occurred somewhere around the time of death, right?
Well, I would assume that the burning occurred after death, but not very long after death.
Okay. But as to, when you use that term perimortem, you are not trying to imply that it would have occurred prior to her dying.
When the term perimortem is used, it simply means around the time of death. Now, in the case of the mandible, could have been slightly before, could have been during, could have been slightly after. I presume that the burning was something that took place afterward. However, not long afterward.
Okay. How long would you say?
Well, the body was still fleshed to some extent because the pattern of burning in the bone indicates that both water and organic material were present in the bone.
Okay, that makes sense.
So what one hears or reads is usually burned wet or burned green, referencing the presence of moisture, organic material, and so forth.
Okay. Similarly, when we talk about the fracture to the mandible, and again, looking at that term perimortem, would you say that you're using that term to mean that it would have occurred somewhere around the time of death, to include after death, but not long after death?
Strictly speaking, yes. However, it is difficult to conceive how such a fracture would have occurred or why it would have occurred following death.
Okay, but you would agree with me that that's a question for the imagination more than something you'd be able to scientifically include or exclude as a possibility.
I would say that in my 46-year experience, fractures such as the one you mentioned occur at the time of death or slightly before. It's difficult to imagine circumstances in which a body would be damaged in that particular way following death. It could happen, but in my experience, it's remotely likely.
But I guess what I'm indicating there is, well, two things. First, let's talk about your experience. Fair to say your experience has largely been dealing with the remains of people, right? Deceased individuals, correct?
Absolutely.
And you're not at the scene of these crimes when they're committed, right?
No.
You don't have personal knowledge of the exact circumstances of how the injury was deposited on someone.
In most cases, no.
Okay. And what we're talking about are your conclusions based upon looking at the clues on the bones, the damage to those bones, their condition. Those are the things that inform your ultimate opinion in a case such as this.
Well, yes, that's the core set of observations. However, in reviewing this, I also looked at dozens of scene photographs that were taken before the remains were recovered and during the recovery of the remains. So I have some familiarity with the scene from which they were collected as well, and that formed part of my opinion.
Okay. So, getting back to my point about your experience, the experiences that you're talking about are informed by the data that you can draw from the condition of the body at the scene and the condition of the body as you examine it. Mm-hmm. And then you determine whether or not that experience or that conclusion has some validity based upon how law enforcement interprets your data, or whether law enforcement believes that's consistent with the remainder of the evidence in the case, right?
No, actually, when I perform casework, I do it without taint of input from law enforcement, from medical examiners, from anyone else. The initial examination requested by Dr. Feig sort of informally that afternoon, he said, let me tell you what I have found so that you can look and see if I miss anything. And I said, no, please don't tell me anything.
Okay.
Just. So the answer to your question is, I tried to separate the context of my examination from outside interference, information, hearsay, that sort of thing.
To avoid any confirmation bias in your...
To avoid confirmation bias, yes, absolutely.
Okay. But, I mean, let's look at it this way. When this report is finished, absent the unusual circumstance or a peculiar thing that you don't often encounter in your practice, this is not the sort of document that would be submitted to an academic journal, for example.
No, this is a material that is being adjudicated, maybe appealed. We don't know. It's a private, restricted audience that sees these reports. These are in no way a matter for publication to the scientific community.
And you're aware of the process by which conclusions and ways of thinking in your field do get into the scientific community writ large, right? I mean, not about a specific case, but in general, forensic anthropology has scientific publications, for example.
That's correct.
There's peer review of those publications, correct?
Well, and there is peer review in this report.
Peer review in this report in terms of Dr. Fye?
No, in terms of another forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Within your own department or in another department?
Yes, we have a peer review policy within that laboratory, and the peer reviews are performed by another anthropologist who has not looked at the case. In some instances, the remains are still present when the peer review occurs. In other cases, the report is written, peer reviewed, and the remains have already gone back.
Do you know which was the case in this particular?
The remains are present.
For the independent review?
And the independent reviewer, Dr. Wendy Potter McQuaid, made her peer review with the remains available to her.
Okay. Did she generate an independent report, or was
No.
it a simple verbal confirmation that she...
No, she signed as the peer reviewer. What happens typically is that someone will make their own notes, and they'll say, you used a noun phrase here when you should have used something else, or I don't like the way you use this particular scientific term, maybe you want to think about it, use something else for clarity, those kinds of remarks. Then I take those remarks, consider them, whether I want to accept those or not, and then I incorporate the good advice into my report. And that's where the final report comes from. Then the person who did the independent review looks at the report again and signs off on it.
Okay.
If they agree. If they don't agree, then it goes to a third reviewer.
Understood. You were not present for the collection of the remains in this case. Right? You had
No.
to review photographs from the scene.
Absolutely.
And you agree with me, those photographs don't indicate that any kind of organizational system was used to document where a bone was found in relationship to another bone, right?
The only thing I noticed was that in the many photographs that I observed, there was no scale and there was no direction indicator, which is really the first rule violated. When you take photographs that are going to be admitted into forensic evidence in a court of law, you put a scale in there so people can judge size and distance, and you put a distance orienter in there so we know where north is and so forth.
And that would be important for you to understand the relationship between the bones and the place where they were found.
Not in this case. In this case, the photographs began with entering the scene and then go into closer and closer views. I can see where everything is that I need to see, and direction really doesn't matter. However, there are instances in which it would matter.
And let me ask you this. I follow you, that makes sense, but what I would be curious about is how can we tell whether it would matter when we're only able to look at the photographs?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm not there. I need to see what the general context looks like. Here's why. Because sometimes the question of time since death comes up. Well, if you take a body and you throw that body out in the field, maybe you mix it with some trash or other material that's in the field, cow bones in this case, in East Texas, those remains may go to glistening bone in as little as 7 or 8 days.
Because of the relative humidity and temperature of East Texas versus, say...
Yeah, let's say we put it out there in August in East Texas. You've got insects, you've got scavengers, you've got temperature, all the drivers that accelerate decomposition. On the other hand, if on that same day you drop that body in a crevice where it was protected from predators in El Paso, you'd be able to autopsy that body a year or a year and a half later and find organ tissue because of the relatively dry climate, because sand acts as a wick and removes water from the body and so forth. So if you look at the state of Texas as a whole, there are 6 different biotic provinces like that, each with its own suite of predators, its own climate, its own moisture, and so forth. And so I would be interested in the context, if for no other reason, simply in anticipation of the question about how long a person might have been dead. Because, look, that might exclude suspects. It might include suspects.
Sure.
If we have that time block. So to answer your question, I need to see that context. Whether I'm there or not, I'd like to have a general idea of what forces may have acted on those remains.
Well, and admittedly, you're living in Denton, right?
No, I live in Dallas.
In Dallas, but you teach at the university in Denton.
Actually, I retired 4 months ago.
Oh, well, congratulations. You were talking about different biological zones. San Antonio is sort of at a crossroads of a couple of different biological zones.
San Antonio is in what's called the Austro-Riparian zone, which means that it has a fairly temperate climate most of the time, but because it bumps up against another biotic province, it's close.
Right, there's some variability.
Well, it's Texas weather. If you don't like it, if it's, what Texas weather's like, you don't like it, wait 45 minutes. It'll, and San Antonio is no different.
So going back to the issues about scale, directionality, mapping relationship between bones, I guess I'm not quite sure if you've answered my question.
Well, I can tell you what my observations about it were from those scene photos.
But you indicated you would have liked to have had more information in those photographs.
I would like to attend.
I need to get one of y'all talking over each other.
I would like to attend every
Hold
scene.
on, I'm talking, just wait, Doctor. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Just wait till so she can get the testimony, and y'all are talking over each other. I can't even understand it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So what I'm saying, it would be preferred that that type of information be documented as the bones are being collected, right?
In my perfect world, I would be at the scene directing the recovery of those remains. Now, in this case, the chief medical examiner went to the scene. Now,
But again, to my question, it would be best practice to have that type of information in the photographs that you are reviewing if you can't be at the scene to direct its collection.
well, yes, if you're referring to the absence of scale and the absence of directional markers and so forth, yeah, that's a no-no.
Okay. Are there any other rules of collection that you would want to have in your perfect world that you have difficulty with in this case?
Well, it would depend on the particular situation. There are many rules. For one thing, once the remains come to light, the first thing one would think of would be what was the path of ingress to that scene. In other words, where, for example, would the nearest place be to park a car or a truck or some other vehicle to transport the remains to that site? And then the next step would be to get everyone out of that path of ingress so that it could be studied for everything. Cigarette butts, tire tracks, other physical evidence. The next thing would be to cordon off the working area of the scene after the distribution of bones had been discovered. In an area like that where you've got a lot of ground cover and brush and so forth, it's easy to miss things. So you have to cast a very broad net. Well, once the extent of the distribution of those remains is known, that should be mapped. And a variety of techniques are available, from using gridded paper and a pencil to using cameras that do 3D scanning of the scene and establish the GPS coordinates and so forth. And so,
were those things done in this case?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And, I mean, when we're talking about the mechanics of disposing of a body, either getting the body through a fence or over a fence or somehow to the final resting place, those things would be important to know if possible, because they might have bearing on how a particular injury to the skeleton occurred, right?
Well, if I'm hearing the thrust of your question correctly, and please stop me if I'm missing this. There is nothing about the transportation of the remains into that particular scene that would account for any of the injuries on the body that I observed.
Well, again, there is some information that you don't have access to, right? You don't have a mapping of the general area where the remains were found.
No, but I have many photographs that show me what kind of environmental context or microenvironment I'm dealing with. The bones were, for example, not articulated at the scene. That is to say, the remains were not found in anatomical position. Head bones were found near digits, and spinal elements were found near leg bones. And in other words, the material was mixed up to some extent. It was not.
Would it surprise you to learn that the medical examiner who was attended at the scene has delivered an opinion in this case that the bones were relatively in anatomical position?
The place where the head was, say, at point X, and then there were some vertebra and some ribs farther away, and then some limbs distributed. What I'm saying is that the body was not collectively in anatomical position. Bones were scattered about.
I see. So you're using anatomical position in a more narrow
Anatomical
sense.
position meaning completely articulated, in situ. Maybe you can even see some stains on the earth from biological decomposition, that sort of thing. They were not in that condition.
But I mean, without knowing the context of the greater scene and how the body got there. I mean, for example, we have a broken rib in this case, right?
Yes, you do.
And a broken rib is obviously an injury that requires force and significant trauma, but in terms of the mechanics of moving dead weight and perhaps having to drop dead weight, it's not uncommon for ribs to be broken in that kind of activity, right?
It is relatively uncommon.
Okay, but without knowing the greater confines of the scene and how access could be achieved and things like that, we can't necessarily rule out those types of activities as being a contributor to those injuries, right?
Well, let's say there's a remote possibility that the rib was injured somehow in the transport and disposition of the remains. I have seen instances in which a body was, for example, in the back of a pickup and someone pulled it out by the feet and it hit a cinder block, very focused force and so forth, which produced abrasions on the skin, dislocated something. But a fracture of that particular rib would not likely have been caused in that way for a couple other reasons. The particular rib. Why weren't the much more delicate ribs adjacent to it broken? Why that particular rib? In other words, there was a focus of force, and I don't see anything in that environment that could have produced that focused damage without damaging some other elements.
But again, just so we understand, when you say I don't see anything in that environment, you were
Right.
not at the scene personally, correct?
That's true.
And you've acknowledged that in terms of mapping and detailing the greater environment of the scene, you don't have access to that information.
I do not, and I would say further that the absence of the scale in those photos, every single photo, direction indicators, and the quality, that is the resolution of some of the photographs, were not as good as they might have been.
Okay. I want to just very briefly ask you a couple of things about the specific injuries in order that they're discussed in your report and what your opinion is based off of. So with respect to the manual, you would agree that that type of injury is consistent with localized force, such as would be delivered by a tool or a weapon, correct?
It is a very focused application of force.
Okay. Similarly, with the damage to the cervical vertebra and the thoracic vertebra, that is consistent with a localized type of force like you might see with a tool or a weapon, correct?
Very focused, yes.
Okay. With respect to the rib, there's similar conclusions or thoughts about the damage caused to that specific rib?
Again, fairly focused because it is the only rib fractured and there are more delicate ribs adjacent to it.
Okay. As far as the phalanges, that you didn't identify any fractures or trauma to the phalanges themselves, you just simply identified that they were burned while flushed.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you get my copy of the references for that?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very interesting thing. I shudder to think how we learned that information, but thank you very much for providing it. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, if we may be able to have a brief argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, you can sit down. You can step outside until we call you back in.
Yes, thank you. Do I have time for a cup of coffee?
This may just be a few minutes. Okay. You have one in the hallway waiting.
We do have some coffee for him.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the witness's testimony under Rule 702 and under the Daubert-Kelly standard for the admissibility of scientific evidence. The inquiry is three-part. We need to figure out whether the scientific principles at play are generally recognized and accepted as being largely factual. We need to acknowledge that the methodology that is being employed has been recognized by the scientific community as properly bearing out the truth behind those underlying general scientific principles. And lastly, we need to determine whether or not those procedures were performed correctly on the occasion in question. And it's that final prong that I think is at issue here, Your Honor. The testimony you have heard has indicated that the collection of the remains in this case was not up to snuff scientifically from the doctor's point of view and his opinion about forensic anthropology. He was not physically present at the scene. Ideally, the person with training and background in that field should be the one that is actually performing and directing the task. Secondly, although collection efforts at the scene were aided by someone who does have a background in this field, as was testified to by our now Chief Medical Examiner, many of the basic
expectations of how that evidence would be collected were not properly followed. There was no scale, there was no directionality applied, there is no greater mapping of the scene or the bones in situ. And he has acknowledged that while he does not believe that it affects his opinions, he also acknowledges there are some things he simply can't know and would not be able to incorporate into his opinion because they weren't documented, or at least that documentation was not provided to him. And so for those reasons, I think that under 702, the third prong of Daubert-Kelly has not been satisfied. Additionally, Your Honor, under 403, we've had testimony from Dr. Feig about the injuries. The testimony of this witness is not inconsistent with his findings. He similarly believes that this is focused trauma from probably a tool or a weapon. He can't specifically comment as to whether it's the actual and proximate cause of death, whether it occurred before or after death. And I think that it's cumulative in that sense and runs the risk of simply misleading the jury by having more information than is necessary for the underlying conclusions. Lastly,
I was wondering, just about what we've already heard from Dr. Feig. It just sounds like it's just adding the same stuff. Go ahead.
Well, those are my principal objections. So 702 and 403, Judge.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. I think his 702 concerns are great fodder for cross-examination because Dr. Gilkey testified that it did not affect his analysis. He's a forensic anthropologist, right? Dr. King is a forensic pathologist. A forensic anthropologist has a very specialized knowledge that Dr. Feig doesn't have, specifically when looking at skeletal remains. So his analysis and examination of the bones was very, very focused. He's got a different sort of demonstrative in his report and in his pictures that actually kind of show the injuries that he found in a more up close and more focused way. And even in addition, the way that he can describe the injuries that he found are a little bit nuanced when it comes from an anthropological perspective that he can provide in his specialization. I mean, in fact, the reason Dr. Feig even reached out to Dr. Gilkey in the first place was because of his specialized knowledge in forensic anthropology. And that's not the same as a forensic pathologist who usually has a tissued body, an organed body, and that's not what they had here, which is why Dr. Gilkey could give the jury some knowledge that they haven't heard previously.
What about the procedures not performed correctly, like the defense is arguing?
I think that he testified that did not affect his analysis and examination. Like, while in a perfect world, he would love to be there, it didn't actually affect his examination and or his final opinions. So, I mean, I think that's great, avenues and fodder for cross-examination. However, since he opined that it didn't affect his examination and his ultimate opinions, which, his opinions are very focused, Your Honor. We're not asking him to, specific time of death. I mean, he told you, his opinions are nuanced and take those things and the information that he did not have into consideration when he expresses his final opinion.
Your Honor, he testified it didn't affect his opinion. He seems like a very thorough and intelligent man, but the problem seems to me to be, and I think it's the elephant in the room, you can't know whether something would affect your opinion if you don't know it, if the information is unavailable. And we have a procedural problem here that precludes his knowledge and precludes that from being part of the basis of opinion. Dr. Feig has testified to the basic things that this witness would also testify to more than adequately. And without objection from the defense, it seems to match up with our understanding of the situation. Obviously, Your Honor, the way that this case has progressed, in light of what's happened in this case, just since the jury has been impaneled, there's a lot that isn't at issue any longer that we had anticipated being at issue. And I can understand why, in the grander scheme of where this was a day before we announced ready for trial, this testimony might be essential to the state, but it's not anymore. And the added detail that this anthropologist is going to provide does not assist the trier of fact any more than what Dr. Feig already knows. And the depth of his opinion, the sort of perceived right to speak the truth that the jury will apprehend from his testimony because of his deeper and more nuanced qualifications, would be misplaced. Because the kinds of things that deeper, more nuanced experience teaches are necessary to give deeper, more nuanced answers weren't performed. I mean, it's great fodder for cross-examination, but it's going to eventually just lead us down a series of rabbit trails that neither side really need to go down. We have the testimony that we need.
I've already got one, grant the defense motion, and will be excluded when testifying.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's see if your next witness is here before we bring them in.
You give us just a quick second, Judge. Your Honor, and with Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, state next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state will call Tony Coburn.
Swear to tell the whole truth and the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please write your name, please, for the record, please.
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Coburn, can you reintroduce yourself to the jury?
I'm investigator Tony Coburn. It's Kobryn. I'm an investigator with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently assigned to an electronic crimes task force with the U.S. Secret Service, and my assignment is digital forensics.
And you previously talked to this jury about an extraction you did on a cell phone in this particular case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And today I have you here to talk about an extraction on a second cell phone, correct?
That is correct.
Did you conduct an extraction on a cell phone pursuant to a search warrant in this particular case on a Samsung Galaxy J7 mobile phone?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember the IMEI number in that particular phone?
I'd have to review my report.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Investigator Coburn, is that your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
And using that report to refresh your memory, what was the IMEI number on the Samsung Galaxy J7 mobile phone that you conducted a extraction on?
354807094699444.
Yes.
Investigator Coburn, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 353 as a cell phone that was seized on July 13th of 2019 from Andre McDonald. Does that a piece of evidence that has a matching IMEI number?
Yes, sir, it does.
It has the same IMEI number.
Has the same IMEI number, and I'll also note that it has my initials on the bottom of this where I sealed it back up.
Okay. And can you tell the jury essentially the initials? What does that tell you?
That just tells me when I take this out of the property room, I have to unseal this package, and when I'm completed with my examination before it goes back in the property room, I reseal it with evidence tape and place my initials along the evidence tape.
Now, Investigator Coburn, you previously spoke to us about, I believe, I want to say it was a Samsung J9 mobile phone in the first search warrant, correct?
An S9.
S9, I'm sorry. This one's a J7, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you conduct a extraction on this phone?
Yes, I did.
And can you just briefly walk the jury through what the process is for doing that?
On this one, I did a physical extraction. Once I collect the device, at first I get the search warrant. In this particular case, the item was in the property room, retrieved it from the property room, brought it back to my office at the Secret Service Task Force office. I document the mobile phone, and then in this particular case, I attached it to Celebrate, which is the device used for the extraction. Once I get the extraction completed, then I use what's called physical analyzer software to parse out the data into the different categories: messages, call logs, images, or anything that's in a phone, and produce a report.
And was the procedure and process you used, was it able to create a successful extraction of that phone?
Yes, it was.
And similar to the last time we spoke to you, we asked you to provide us with some extraction reports of certain items that were found on that phone, correct?
That is correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Investigator Coburn, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 433. Is that one of the extraction reports we asked you to
Yes.
run on the phone that you extracted?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in that extraction report, can you tell us what type of items are contained in that extraction?
It says native text messages, and there are some images that went along with these.
Let's start with the text messages. In the very first text message, we have an outgoing message from the user who's using the phone, and in that message, does the user identify himself by his first name?
You want me to read the message?
Just tell me if they identify themselves by their first name first.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And then can you flip to the next page? And is there an incoming message from another phone where another phone sends a message where they call the person, the user who's using the phone, by a first name?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And there's a second two sets of messages. Do those also contain a first name identifier in the very first message coming to the phone?
Yeah, the first message does.
Now, if we can go to the images, we have 3 images on this report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do these 3 images seem to contain a photo of an individual?
Yes, they do.
And were these 3 photos found stored on the phone that you extracted, the Samsung J7 mobile phone?
Yes, they were.
State would offer State's Exhibit 433, pending any objection from the defense.
No new objections.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Investigator Coker, I think similar to the last time, I'm going to provide you with a copy because it's difficult for you to read from here, correct?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Investigator Coker, on the first page of State's Exhibit 433, we see essentially 3 categories that are titled a summary, a source extraction, and a device information. Can you tell us what just this entire page is, I guess, for the jury?
Sure. The first part, the summary, a lot of that is information that I input, my name, the location it was done, the officer, the agency, the date of the extraction that's created by the actual software. Source extraction is basically telling you the date and time that the extraction was taken, what type of extraction. In this case, it was a physical. And then the lower part, the device information, is exactly what it says. It's information about the particular device, and this is all produced by the software. None of this is input by me.
Okay. And does this indicate to you essentially that this is coming from the device that you ran the extraction on, correct?
That is correct. It is the same device.
And I believe in the device information, the second one down, is that the IMEI number that you referenced in this particular case?
The IMEI number is located in here. What do you mean by second one down, though?
The second category down.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. That is correct.
And I'm going to flip to page 2. And at the bottom of page 2, is this the first text message that we spoke of that is an outgoing text message from the user who has this particular phone, correct?
That is correct.
And can you tell us the date that this message was sent and time?
This was July the 10th, 2019 at 6:30 a.m.
And what does the message say?
This is Andre. I'm going to skip PT today. My left knee is hurting from my run on Monday. Thanks.
I'll flip to page 3. Is there a corresponding message back from that number that he sent the message?
Yes, there is.
And what does it say?
It says, "Hey Andre, no worries. Hope your knee feels better. Dave."
Let's go down to the second set of conversations. Can you tell us the date and time of the blue bubble that we're looking at?
Yeah, May the 10th, 2019 at 2:48 p.m.
And can you read the message?
Hello Andre, this is Eddie. I got your number from Sharon. Anyways, wanted to ask you, is there any way I can get my check from you today, if possible? And also wanted to talk about mowing the lot on Scarsdale.
And on May 10th of 2019, the green bubble, the user on the phone writes back what?
Yes, please come by at 5 p.m. at Coral Grove. Thanks.
And just briefly, on the, I believe starting on the back pages, these are the photos that were pulled off the device, correct?
That's correct.
And the final one may be slightly blurry, but there's 3 photos and they all appear to be of an individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Coburn, we also asked you to pull some other text messages off that device, correct?
That's correct.
And we ran an extraction report with these other text messages that you verified came from that device, correct?
That is correct.
May I have first witness, Your Honor? Showing you State's Exhibit 434. Can you flip through that and see if that's one of the extraction reports containing text messages that we asked you to pull?
Yes, sir, it is. I verified these came from the original and initialed.
And there are truly and accurately things that were taken off the larger phone. These are text messages that were specifically pulled for this extraction report.
That's correct.
And obviously, just to inform the jury, there's a lot more text messages on the phone. These are just a subset that we pulled, correct?
Right. These are just certain messages that we pulled for this purpose.
State would offer State's Exhibit 434, pending any objection from the defense.
Your Honor, we would object hearsay and confrontation as to those messages that are not the words of the defendant.
Just we can show you the exhibit, Judge. However, the words that are not the defendant's, we are only offering those to show the effect on Andre, who we believe is the declarant. There is a hearsay objection about it's no different than jail calls. We're offering Andre's.
Overruled.
And obviously we have our original objections, which we don't waive either as to that. We're not waiving any of our pretrial objections to that.
publisher. And I'm flipping to page 2, investigative program. And I have a blue bubble coming from a Starlight cell phone, and it is at 5/11/2019 at 1:38:07 p.m. Can you tell us what that message says?
Do you think having Andreen on the website is a good idea?
This is on May 11th at 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And at the top of page 2, can you tell us what the user on the phone you downloaded says?
Good question. Might need to scrub it. What's your initial thought?
The blue bubble beneath it?
It needs to be redone ASAP.
And now the green bubble?
I'll email James.
And the blue bubble?
I thought it was done already. I just checked and saw.
The blue bubble at the top of page 4.
Okay.
And then an outgoing message in the green bubble from the user on the phone.
We only changed the phone number.
And the blue bubble, sorry.
You will have to revise the site.
And finally, outgoing.
And the reply is yes.
Now, our second conversation starts on page 5. And the very first message is on July 12, 2019 at 8:55:29 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And it's coming from an individual who is named in the phone as Sharon, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that first message says?
Jenny just sent me a news clip that they found a body on Speck Road, and Salazar is saying it is Andreen.
Okay. And the first message from the user on the phone to that number says?
Okay.
And then following this up, we have another message right here. Can you tell us what you know about that message?
Yeah, it's got the red X. It was either not retrieved by the software. It could have been deleted. It may just be a false signal from it with the same date and time. But it's, for whatever reason, there's no message on that.
Now, an incoming message at the top from the Sharon phone. Can you tell us what that says?
The business line is getting calls from 911 area code. I am not answering it. Or I'm not answering.
And then the next one.
News showing up out here.
That one is sent, the news showing up here is sent at 8 p.m. 002 UTC time on 7/12/2019, correct?
Yeah, 7/12/2019, 8 o'clock p.m. local time.
And in that same minute, there's a incoming message from the Sharon phone that says what?
Do you want pho, pizza, or wings for dinner?
And an outgoing message, is that the same thing?
That's the same thing. It's just there's no message there.
At the top of page 7, an outgoing message from the user on the phone that you extracted says what?
If you are still at the phone, get me a Thai tea. Thanks.
And an incoming message that says what?
What flavor? Am with Gene.
An outgoing message at 8:44 on that same day.
Regular. Thanks.
And then an outgoing message at 8:52.
Serena lose.
And that's the following day, correct?
That's July 13th, 2019 at 8:52 a.m.
Another outgoing message on July 13th of 2019 at 9:06 a.m. says what?
6-2, complete destruction.
And then finally an incoming message from the Sharon phone that says what?
I know, butt whipping.
Investigator Coburn, we also asked you to make a extraction report regarding a number of searched items on that phone, as well as web history, correct?
That is correct.
And can you remind the jury what those two categories would contain?
This is going to be search categories and web pages from whatever web browser is on the phone. In this case, it's an Android phone. And there's a couple of different, Android has a stock browser that they use. It could also have Chrome. There's different browsers you can have in your phone. But basically, search engines on a web browser.
And did you provide an extraction to us with those categories and certain items from those two categories?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 435. Can you look at that and tell me if that's the extraction report that you pulled regarding those two categories?
Yes, it all appears to be accurate with my initials on there.
Your initials are on there as well?
Yes, sir.
And those contain search results and web history starting on the initial date of May 14th, 2019 through July 13th of 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And those are search history and web history that have been pulled off that phone that we've been speaking about, correct?
Yes, sir, from the Android browser.
State would offer State's Exhibit 435 pending any objection from the defense.
No, we would object under Rule 801. It isn't a statement by the party opponent. It isn't even a statement, because that term is defined in Rule 801, nor is it admission by party opponent. So there's no exception.
Judge's information that's found on his phone, I believe it would assist the jury in being able to determine, we've established that Andre was the user of that phone, and we believe that those searches contain information that, based on the terms of the search, based on what the jury has already heard is involved in this case, would show that this was Andre and these were things that he was searching for.
Okay, that's denied or admitted.
Investigator Coburn, again, I'm going to give you a copy and permission to publish, Judge. Investigator Coburn, I guess before we do that, just very quickly, can you tell us the total number of searched items that are contained in the extraction report?
On this particular report,
Correct.
on search items, 393.
And how many web history items are on the report?
847.
And the item is in evidence, and I don't expect we'll go through all of those, but I did want to call your attention to a few of these. Again, the top of State's Exhibit 435, is this just the header page that we spoke about in the previous exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's all the same information that we talked about previously.
And on page 2, I'm going to ask you to look at what's under number 11, and can you tell us what the searched item was in State's Exhibit 11, or I'm sorry, in number 11 on the report?
Proving tampering with evidence.
And what was the date of that search?
That was May the 14th, 2019 at 3:13 p.m.
And then I'm going to ask you. And at the top of page 3, starting on search item 21, tell us what that search was.
Clips in the way. Number 21 says importance of autopsy in criminal investigation.
Okay. And number 22.
Determining cause of death from skeletal remains.
And number 3 is the same search. It replicated it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the 24th?
Proving murder beyond reasonable doubt.
And can you keep going down until I tell you to stop?
FBI investigation. Cases without eyewitnesses. Forensics only cases conviction rate. Murder without weapon. Bloodstains and the environment. Bloodstains sunlight. Effects of sunlight on DNA. Can you recover blood samples after a year? What happens when death is declared undetermined? Undetermined death investigation. How to determine location of death. How to determine location where death occurred. Body found 1 year later. Andreen McDonald. Cold cases. How fire affects DNA. Illuminate lights, blood evidence. Spray luminol for detecting blood. Vulcan Materials Company. San Antonio high-profile cases. What happens if autopsy can't determine cause of death? How do you determine cause of death? How do you determine cause of death from skeletal remains? Ways to identify skeletal remains. How to determine cause of death from skeletal remains. FBI San Antonio. Andreen McDonald, Malibu.
And let me actually, let's go to, and those, those searches we're looking at on that first page, on page 3, the first one you read was on May 24th of 2019, and it stretched through May 25th of 2019, correct?
Yes, till the following day.
I'm going to ask you to flip to page 6. And on page 6, I'm going to ask you to look at entry 138 at the bottom, and can you tell us what the search was on 138?
Can someone fall and break their neck?
And as mentioned, not only do these have Google searches, but they also have web history, correct, which shows where the browser actually visited?
Yes, sir. This was actually an Android browser, but yes.
So I'm going to ask you to flip to page 37 of the extraction report. And on page 37, starting at 240 at the top, is the first browser report, the web history mark from doing the actual search.
Yes, sir. The same term. Can someone fall and break their neck? A Google search.
And where did the browser visit after that search on 241?
After on 241, helpline.com/help/broken neck.
Okay. And then on 242, back to the Google search that we previously spoke about, correct?
Right. That went back to the original one.
And then 245, can you give us the description or whatever you see there regarding where it visited at that point?
The web page you're
Yes,
referring
sir.
to? It's www.quora.com. Why does breaking someone's neck kill them?
Okay. 246 is back to the same Google search, correct?
That's correct.
to go to page 10 of your report. And if we can start at on page 10, if we can start on number 239.
Recovering DNA indoors versus outdoors.
Okay. And can you tell me the date and time of that search?
July 7th, 2019, 1:35 p.m.
Okay. And can we start going down from that period, and can you read us the searches that we see at that point?
How long do search parties last? Recovering DNA indoors versus outdoors. Recovering DNA indoors. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Bankruptcy and security clearance. Chapter 7 versus Chapter 13. Texas Code 38.23.
Let me ask you at that point, let's skip to the next page. And can you tell us, starting at 265, can you tell us the date and time of that search?
July 9th, 2019, 7:18 p.m.
And can you tell us what the search was for?
Missing woman, San Antonio.
All right, and can you start reading down from there?
Woman murdered in Portland, Jamaica. Missing persons. Missing person CT. Missing person San Antonio. Open murder charge. Fingerprints. How long do fingerprints last? Non-porous. Porous versus non-porous. Are bones porous? How long do fingerprints last? How long do fingerprints last on paper? Fingerprints. Fingerprints on wood. Fingerprints on concrete. Fingerprints on trees. Do latent fingerprints degrade outdoors? Does rain affect fingerprints? Fingerprints on wood. Finding fingerprints outside. Finding latent fingerprints outside. How long can fingerprints be detected? How long do fingerprints last on skin? How long do latent prints last? How long do latent prints last?
And let's go to page 12 and start at the top.
How long do latent prints last on different material? How long do fingerprints last on door handles? Does rain wash away fingerprints? Best materials for fingerprints. Fingerprint found outside. Latent fingerprint found in woods. Latent fingerprint found on trees. Latent fingerprint found on bones. Fingerprints found on bones. Same search, fingerprints found on bones. Latent fingerprint found on bones. Can't detect fingerprints on bones. Best surfaces for fingerprints. What are bones made of? Are bones porous? Fingerprints on aluminum. Fingerprints on aluminum last how long? Can fingerprints be left on all surfaces? How long does DNA last? How long does DNA last outdoors? DNA and the environment. How long does blood DNA last? Evidence degrades with time. How long does DNA last outside of the body? Weather and DNA. Recovering DNA indoors versus outdoors. How long does blood DNA last? Same search. How long does DNA last in saliva? How long does blood DNA last? How long does DNA last in saliva? How long does blood DNA last? DNA outdoors. Does weather affect DNA? Does weather affect DNA forensics? How long does touch DNA last on the surface? How long is DNA good for testing? Recovering DNA indoors versus outdoors. Recovering DNA outdoors. Testing DNA outdoors. Rain DNA outdoors. Fingerprints and DNA. Recovering DNA outdoors. How long is DNA good for testing? DNA no good after 3 months. Recovering DNA outdoors. How long does blood last for testing? How long does DNA last for testing? Best surfaces for fingerprints. Fingerprints on bones. latent prints on bones, latent prints on skeletons. Fire destroys fingerprints. Getting fingerprints off organic materials. Does rain wash away fingerprints? Are bones rocks? When do bones become brittle? When do skeletons become brittle? How do bones become fossils? Do bones decompose? How long does it take for bones to decompose in a coffin?
And that last one, 350, we're at 7/11/2019, and the time is 2:58 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
If we turn to page 14, 351, where do we start?
351 starts at July 11th, 2019 at 3 o'clock a.m.
And can you start reading there?
How long does it take for a body to decompose outside? How long does it take for an unburied body to decompose? Skeleton decomposition. How long do bones take to become dry and brittle? Is Austin humid? Is Texas humid? DNA decay in humid weather. How long do bones take to become dry and brittle? DNA profiling after 6 months. Collecting DNA for testing after 6 months. Effects of outdoor weather on DNA testing. Does cooked meat decompose? Do maggots eat cooked meat? Maggots in cooked meat. How to preserve a body. Bone decomposition in tropical rainforest. Mummify in dry deserts. Bone decomposition in tropical rainforest. How long does it take for animal bones to decompose? How long does it take for bones to turn to dust? DNA decay in humid weather. Is Texas soil acidic or alkaline? Is Texas soil acidic? When do skeletons become brittle? Taphonomy. Grass dries in winter. How long do trees live? Latent fingerprints. Do you always leave fingerprints? Making brittle bones.
I believe the last page we have at this point where page 15 of that report, and we're at 7/11/2019. Can you start at the top and read the remaining searches?
How to make bones brittle. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Heating bones make them brittle. Heating bones make them brittle. How long does it take for bones to turn to dust?
Now on 386 we've jumped to 7/13 of 2019, correct?
That is correct, at 8:01 a.m.
Can you read the remaining searches?
How does an autopsy work? Autopsy results. Autopsy results again. What happens if no cause of death is found? How can autopsy be inconclusive? Autopsy ruled undetermined. Undetermined death investigation. Autopsy ruled undetermined.
And like I said, you can actually see it there at the bottom, web history, there's 847 web history entries that were pulled off the phone, correct?
That is correct.
And out of the 393 search histories, even though you read for a long time, we didn't read all of them, correct?
No, we did not read all of them.
And I believe we spoke about it the other day, but the UTC time and the date and time in the phone has been adjusted, so entries that are on the reports, they match up to what it would have been here in San Antonio, correct?
Yes, sir.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
In addition to the work that you did on the 2 phones attributed to Andre McDonald, were you involved in any of the data analysis of some of the other devices that were obtained from the
I believe there was other devices that I did, yes, sir.
And you're aware that there was also an effort to obtain information directly from Google
both for Andre McDonald's email account and for Andreen McDonald's account?
If there was, I'm unaware of that. I only do basically dead box things, computers, phones. I don't do the cloud services.
I see. You wouldn't have reviewed any data from Andreen McDonald's email address that was stored natively within Google.
If it was stored in Google, no. Only if it was stored on the device.
Understood. Pass witness.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. May you be excused?
Yes, thank you, excuse me.
None of these have. No, there's not.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The second would call Paul Anderson.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
You have a seat. Adjust the microphone to mute you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Paul Anderson. I'm the father of Andreen McDonald.
And Mr. Anderson, you said that Andre was your daughter. Do you have any other children?
No, sir.
Did you have any other children?
Yes, sir.
How many other children?
One son,
And what was your son's name?
Andre Anderson.
And you said that is Andre still with us?
He lost his life in 2008 in a car accident.
Was Andreen older or younger than her brother?
Andreen was younger.
Now, do you also know an Andre McDonald?
Yes, sir.
And who was Andre McDonald to you?
He's my son-in-law, the husband of Andreen.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to him and just tell us something that he's wearing?
He's over there in a white shirt and a gray jacket.
Thank you, sir. The record will reflect that you identified the defendant's cause. Now, Mr. Anderson, where do you currently live?
I'm living in England, in Sheffield.
Now, prior to your daughter's disappearance,
Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants
Tell the jurors to go to the back and they will confirm this.
walk down to your
All right, your jury, this way, please.
main lobby. Do not use the toilets. Walk to the nearest stairwell.
The jury.
All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Attention.
Thank you, you may be seated.
You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I swear in? You're applying for that fire alarm. I swore in, right?
You did, Your Honor. We actually did some testimony.
Some testimony.
So, and Mr. Anderson, I believe where we left off is you were telling the jury where you currently live.
Yeah, I live in Sheffield, in England,
And how long have you lived in England?
19 years.
Now, prior to that, did you grow up in Jamaica?
Yes, sir.
And were both of your children born in Jamaica?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Anderson, obviously you being in England, would you visit your daughter, Andreen?
Yes, sir.
Roughly, how often would you come to visit?
Most time, once a year.
Would you stay in communication with your daughter?
Yes, sir.
How so? How would you do so?
When I'm in England, by telephone.
How often would you speak with Andreen?
Very regular. Maybe like 3 times a week, but generally Friday. We speak on Friday mostly.
So Friday was kind of your scheduled time.
Yes,
to
sir.
speak to her. But you'd also speak to her on other occasions.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Anderson, may I call you Paul?
It's okay, sir.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, were you aware that Andre and your daughter were having marital issues?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you try to counsel both of them when you had these phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Would you would speak to Andre?
Yes, sir.
Would you also sometimes speak to Andre?
Yes, sir.
What was your advice to your daughter?
That they should seek counseling.
Did you try to encourage them to stay together?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
You need a special stop, sir. Your Honor, before we go further, and I apologize, I should have clarified at the bench, and I did tell the defense as we were walking back, I do not intend getting anything specific, any specific instances, just general in which Mr. Anderson spoke to the defendant in regards as to why he had assaulted his daughter in the past, and the defendant tells him the reason why. But I'm not going into specific instances of particular assaults.
You're saying because the defense brought into question which the other two witnesses, I do remember them saying she could be aggressive, she could be, some of the witnesses, would mess with her. Which witnesses were you saying that they brought that into question about who was more maybe than the aggressor?
Yes, Your Honor. We believe that under Cynthia Johnson, the first witness, and also Maureen Smith, the mother-in-law to the defendant and the mother to the victim. Part of our rationale is under 30 and 36. It should come in because the defense has brought that into question. But again, Your Honor, I'm not going into specific instances, just talking about what he said in general as to why the assaults.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do some questions and then I'll hear any arguments.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Anderson, you said that you spoke with your son-in-law, Andre, on the phone on occasions.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Anderson, did you ever speak to Andre McDonald as to the reason why he had assaulted your daughter?
Yes, sir.
And did he give you a reason as to why he did so?
Yes, sir.
What reason did he give you?
He said he was angry.
That he was angry?
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, that is what the state intends to elicit from the jury, and I've asked for a cross.
Well, Your Honor, that is a specific incident of conduct, and it would be, if it's admissible at all, it would be brought in under 404B. The witness can elicit a general opinion and reputation testimony without triggering any of those procedures. But what is being asked here is essentially the 405 equivalent of the loaded question, when did you stop beating your wife type question.
You did bring into all those other witnesses a lot of to call who was the more aggressive one, and if you look at 38, 36 in the murder case, all relevant facts regarding the killing and the previous relationship existing between both of them, together with all the relevant facts and circumstances showing the condition of the mind of the accused. What's your response on that?
Well, okay.
At the time of the offense.
The problem is, it's not clear to me from the testimony elicited what event we're talking about, when it occurred, how he has a basis of knowledge of it, anything about whether it actually happened or not.
Let me ask you, say, you don't know more specifics you're just not getting into? Erring on the side of not getting that in, or you're just...
Your Honor, I know that there was one particular conversation as to an incident that happened, but we're also talking about globally as to other incidents that happened. I'm not just pinpointing those specific instances. Also, just for the record, Your Honor, as well, we have certain notice of these allegations to the defense counsel through 404B.
I don't know which one we're talking about now. I understand that they've notified us of specific instances of conduct that they might try to get through 404B.
I think they're trying to leave it just broad. You want them to get into specifics further?
Well, if they want to leave it broad, then the way they do that is through Rule 405, and they would ask him, if knowing Andre and having experience with Andre, he's formed an opinion about whatever pertinent character trait they want to ask. He'll say, yes, I have an opinion. They'll ask him what it is, and then we're entitled to cross-examine under 405 about specific instances, or have you heard and did you know questions regarding the underlying basis of that testimony. 404B is not implicated in any of that, and through that process, that's fine, but they can't say, we're not going to go into specific instances, it's a reputation and opinion question, and then through the way that they word the question, conceal that they are in fact talking about a specific conversation with Mr. McDonald, and a conversation which ostensibly is about a specific incident that triggered the conversation. Because now, they've tried to have their cake and eat it too. They don't want to go into the specifics of it, which deprives us of the ability to have a meaningful hearing under 404B with you now, and it forces us to have to make a decision, assuming that testimony gets admitted, of how vehemently we want to cross-examine about the particulars of it now in front of the jury. So we've undermined the point of both 404B and 405 in terms of why order of dialogue in the testimony has to be a certain way to protect Mr. McDonald's rights here. So, I mean, however they want to do it is their decision. I'm not going to grade their paper tactically. But they have, if they're going to go into a general reputation opinion question, then they can't ask it with that kind of detail. Like, when you spoke to Andre, what did he tell you about why he beats your daughter? That is just concealing a 404B specific instance of conduct through the lens of 405. So they want to ask him what his general opinion is, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, we're actually offering under 3836.
That's what I'm reading.
But 3836 does not qualify how it's admitted. 3836 just says that that zone of information, which would otherwise be irrelevant, or that might have other protections.
All right, I'm going to allow. Okay.
For just the benefit of the record, Your Honor, so that I don't have to make that objection in front of the jury, understand that that entire line of questioning I'm objecting to. Can I have a running objection as to that line of questioning?
Okay, I'll grant.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, just to that objection.
Your Honor, just to make sure I understand, you're granting the running objection.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm allowing the testimony, but
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Your team is being objecting on that in front of the jury.
And I guess also, Your Honor, I'm sorry, one other thing. If the court's going to allow that line of questioning, if Your Honor could admonish the jury before the questioning begins that they're about to hear questions related to specific acts of conduct.
I'll give them the instruction of the jury charge. I'll make sure I include that.
Okay, but you won't admonish them now.
What do you want me to give them? What admonishment?
I would ask that they be admonished that the specific instance of conduct does not relieve the state of its burden of proof to prove the offense charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, and that it can only be considered for very limited purposes. In particular, in this case, that it would be just considered as opinion or reputation evidence for no other purpose.
I'm going to go ahead and give it. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I think that the jury charge that that's when it's appropriate. I think to make comment of it here would be inappropriate.
Yeah, I'm going to give that because it'll be to the word correct. You know, I don't want to give off a little what you're saying and objecting to that. So I'll make sure I get that in the jury instructions. Okay.
All right, the jury, please. Thank you, Mr. Steve.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, I believe where we left off is you stated that you would speak to your daughter on the phone about her relationship with her husband.
Yes, sir.
Would you also speak to Andre McDonald about that relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to Andre about why any physical violence done by him happened in the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did he explain to you why he did these physically violent things to Andre?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He said he was angry.
Now, Mr. Anderson, I want to call to your attention February 28, 2019. This is the day before your daughter goes missing. Did you speak to Andre that day?
Yes, sir.
How did you speak to her?
Over the phone.
Now, was there anything different about Andreen's demeanor or how she was acting when you spoke to her that day?
Yes, sir.
What was different?
She was crying.
Now, Mr. Anderson, you're Andreen's father. Had you seen Andreen cry before?
Yes, sir.
On how many occasions?
Once.
When was that?
At my son's funeral.
When you spoke to Andreen on the phone on February 28th, he said that she was crying. Do you remember what time of day you spoke to her?
In England, it will be about 12 o'clock in England.
Is that 12 o'clock noon or midnight?
12 o'clock in the day.
After that conversation with Andreen, did you ever speak to her again?
No, sir.
Mr. Anderson, did your daughter have any tattoos on her shoulders?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Paul, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 436 and State's Exhibit 437. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir.
Who is depicted?
I'm going to backtrack on defense. I'm going to go ahead and give an instruction. Reading some of this stuff here too. I was going to give an instruction in the jury charge, but I'm also going to do it now. You're instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this case regarding basically what you just heard from the witness, the defendant having committed an act or an act of misconduct other than the offense alleged in the indictment. In this case, you cannot consider said testimony for any purpose unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such acts or acts of misconduct if any were committed. And even then, you may only consider the same in determining the motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, or consciousness of guilt, if any, of the defendant in this case, or to assist you if it does, in determining the context of the offense committed in this case, if any was committed, and or to rebut a defensive theory if it does, and for no other purposes. I was going to give you that instruction in the jury charge, but I wanted to give it to you now also because he just testified to that.
May I continue, Your Honor? Thank you. Paul, I believe where we left off is I showed you State's Exhibits 436 and 437. Do you recognize the people in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in regards to State's 436, which individuals are shown?
Andreen, my daughter, and Helena, my granddaughter.
And Elena, is that Andreen's daughter?
Yes, sir.
And it states 437, who's depicted there?
Andreen, my daughter.
And Paul, you stated that your daughter had a tattoo. Is one of those tattoos shown in these photographs?
Yes, sir.
And what part of her body is shown?
It's on her left shoulder.
What is the tattoo of?
It's in the form of a cross.
And does it have some script underneath the cross?
And below it have Jesus.
Do these photographs in States 436 and 437, do they appear like they've been altered or changed in any way?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what your daughter and your granddaughter look like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence 436 and 437, subject to objection. No objections. And Paul, this is State's Exhibit 436. This is a picture of your daughter and granddaughter.
Yes, sir.
And then on your daughter's left shoulder, is that the tattoo that you spoke of?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 437. Paul is at another angle of that same tattoo where you can see the script saying Jesus.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes.
Paul, I'm now going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit 432. Paul, does this appear to be the same tattoo with script that you identified in the previous two images?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish? That's the witness.
Your defense counsel.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
My name is John Hunter. I represent Andre McDonald. I just have a few questions for you. You had testified about a tattoo that Andreen had on her arm that had a cross on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's this tattoo here,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you indicated it says Jesus below it, right?
Yes, sir.
It says Jesus walks in its entirety across, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. I know that it said Jesus below it.
Okay, but you don't know if it said anything else, like Jesus walks or anything like that.
No, sir. I never said that on it. Walk.
Did she ever indicate to you it was inspired by a Kanye West song?
No, sir. She didn't tell me.
Okay, one way or the other.
She never tell me why she wear it. My son also have that tattoo.
Okay. She had other tattoos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you about all of them?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, the door's been open to this. The tattoos in question are part and parcel of, I believe,
The approach.
want to back up for a moment. Mr. Anderson, you had indicated that you had a conversation with Andre McDonald about his relationship with Andreen and their marital difficulties, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would have taken place back sometime in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the summer of 2018, right?
Could you repeat that, sir?
It would have been in the summer of 2018, right?
When the argument, the conversation we have was in July.
In July of
And,
2018?
yes, sir.
Okay. And you know that Andre and Andreen had been down to Brownsville to visit Andre's friend Sergio and his wife Holly, correct?
I'm not sure who they visited or where they went.
But they were on a trip.
I know that they went on a trip.
They had driven somewhere.
Yes, sir.
And you know that while they were on that trip, Andre noticed that Andreen had 2 new tattoos, correct?
I don't know if it's 2 new tattoo, but I know that there was a new tattoo. I don't know if it's 2 or it's 1. But
Okay. And you know that tattoo included the birthday of another man, correct?
not to my knowledge. I don't know what the reason of the tattoo was.
Okay. Did you ever see those tattoos?
No, sir.
You never saw them?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. When asked about that, we're discussing sort of your understanding of Andre's, you're talking about a specific instance when Andre and Andreen had a fight, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were asking Andre about, was that fight in July of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that fight, you still encouraged Andre and Andreen to reconcile and to work it out, correct?
No, I asked them to seek counseling after that date.
Okay. You're a very tall man, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And Andreen was a very tall woman.
Yes, sir.
And a very strong woman.
Yes, sir.
She was religious about her fitness and her workout routines.
Yes, sir.
Y'all would talk about those things together.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen Andreen carry Andre around on her shoulders before?
Could you repeat that?
Have you ever seen Andreen carry Andre around on her shoulders before?
I saw something on the internet where she was showing me that she was working out at the gym.
Okay. She could lift a lot of weight.
Yes, sir.
And you know your daughter. You know that your daughter would also sometimes have a temper on her, right?
Have a what, sir?
Have a temper.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
You never saw her lose her temper?
No, sir.
Do you know about a man in Jamaica named Ahmed?
Yes, sir, I know that name.
Did your daughter ever talk about it?
No, sir.
Okay. But you knew that your daughter had been romantically involved with him before, right?
No, sir.
You live in England now and you've been there 19 years, but you said you grew up in Jamaica, right?
Yes, sir.
How long did you live in Jamaica?
I live in Jamaica from I was born until I lived to England in 2004.
Okay. Did you grow up in the Portland parish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Port Antonio the largest town in Portland parish? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's sort of the north side of the island?
Eastern side, sir.
Eastern side. Okay. And in that part of Jamaica, there's a lot of crime that happens in that part of Jamaica, right?
I believe it have one of the less crime rate in Jamaica.
Okay, but compared to your time in England, you'd acknowledge Jamaica's had some rough difficulties with its crime rate, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of crime in Jamaica.
A lot of narcotics trafficking in Jamaica.
Sir,
Same.
There are a lot of murders in Jamaica, right?
Again, your honor, relevance.
Did you know Andre McDonald before he and Andreen got together?
No, sir.
But over the time that they were married, you all had a relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was often a positive relationship.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the way. Sorry.
No, I apologize. I'm over here. I apologize.
You mentioned that you had heard the name Almond before, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to check. He's already answered that he knew the name and nothing beyond that.
He said he didn't know anything about the tattoos, but I don't think if the court would know my exception. I'll pass the witness.
No further questions. Thank you, excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
State, next witness.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses to say the rest.
Yahweh.
seated.
Okay, defense person.
Defense calls Major Andre McDonald.
See, raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got it?
All of it, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You can speak loud enough and adjust the microphone if you need to. Go ahead, state. Sorry.
Am I clear?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you Major Andre McDonald, the United States Air Force Reserve?
Yes, sir.
And you're the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your background. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you born?
I was born in St. Catherine, Jamaica.
And where were you raised?
I was raised in St. Catherine, Jamaica as well.
Where did you go to school?
I went to St. Jago High School in Spanish Town, Jamaica.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, sir.
Who did you live with in Jamaica?
Primarily my mother and aunt.
Did there come a time when your mother left Jamaica?
Yes.
And at the time that you're in Jamaica, graduated high school, did you know Andreen Anderson?
Yes, as a small child.
Is there an age difference between you?
Yes, we're 10 years apart.
So at that time, is she significantly younger than you?
Yes.
When do you leave Jamaica?
I left Jamaica in November 1995.
Where do you go?
I went to go live with my mother in Florida.
Who had you come there? Who brought you?
My mom.
And had she remarried?
Yes, she got married to a man named Tommy Horn.
And did you live with them?
Yes.
Did you get your United States citizenship through them?
Yes.
And did you continue to go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
So initially I started going to a community college called Broward Community College. And then after that I went to Florida International University.
Did you have to work?
Yes, I worked part-time while I was going through school.
What did you do?
I did like IT tech support.
You have an interest in computers?
Well, it started out like that, so I suppose.
And did you graduate from community college?
Yes.
What was your degree?
Electrical engineering.
Did you continue your education?
Yes, I continued at Florida International University.
I'm sorry, you continued it to what?
Yes, I continued at Florida International University.
What did you study?
Same thing, electrical engineering.
And did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to all of it. So a little background's fine, but I think we've gone past.
So roll out.
After you graduated from four-year college, what did you do?
I joined the United States Air Force.
And did you go to officer training school?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
Montgomery, Alabama.
And what was your first duty station?
My first duty station was in Fort Walton Beach at Eglin Air Force Base.
Can you remember what year that was?
2005, February.
What did you do in the Air Force at that location?
I did two things. So first, I worked for a test and evaluation center. And then after that, I got transferred over to the Air Force Research Lab.
Is this primarily computer work?
Yes, it's basically computer work.
Software?
Yes.
Weapon systems?
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I stayed there a total of 5 years.
What was your rank by the time you left?
So when I left, I was a captain.
During this time period that you're talking about, do you meet Andreen?
Yes.
What year?
In 2009, when I went to Jamaica for a funeral.
Tell me about me.
So, Andreen and I are related, well, not related, but we have similar family members. So, my oldest sister, Michelle, is also Andreen's cousin.
And when you met her, did you start dating her
Yes,
in Jamaica?
yes.
How long were you there?
About a month and a half.
When you come back to your duty station,
Yes, I returned back to Eglin.
do you continue a long-distance relationship with Andreen?
Yes, I did.
How?
Well, it was basically phone communication. So we talk on the phone every day.
What did you decide to do about that relationship?
So at some point, I decided to have her come to the United States to join me.
Did you sponsor her in terms of immigration?
Yes, so we got married first, and then I filed for the necessary paperwork.
Was it a big wedding, small wedding?
It was just a small wedding with some friends.
Where were you at when you got married? What location did you get married?
I was still stationed in Eglin. I was now living in Crestview, Florida.
Where did you live with Andreen?
At Crestview, Florida.
Did you have a house?
Yes, at my townhouse.
And when you move into that house together, what is Andreen doing on a daily basis, if you will, in the United States?
So initially, she would just stay at the house as like a housewife. But the following January, she started going back to college. So she enrolled at University of West Florida.
Did she already have some courses from a community college in Jamaica?
Yes, she did. She was attending Excelsior Community College, and when I met her in that previous March.
At that time, does Andreen have any money?
No, she didn't have a job. She was just going to school.
Who finances her education?
In the United States, I did.
And do you help her with her education?
Yes, I would sometimes, because I already had a college degree in science and stuff. So whenever she'd have some assignments she might have difficulties with, I'd assist her with homework assignments and stuff.
How would you describe your relationship at the time?
At the time, it was pretty good. I didn't have any complaints.
When did you leave Florida?
We left Florida together in 2010, May.
Left for where?
So in the Air Force, routinely, you serve a few years in one location, and then you'd get transferred to another location. So I got transferred to San Antonio for Lackland Air Force Base.
How did you feel about that?
I mean, I pretty much lived it. When I moved to Florida, I used to live in Fort Lauderdale, which was sort of, a good-sized city. So moving back from the country area of Fort Walton Beach, now back to a city like San Antonio, it felt pretty good.
Where in San Antonio were you stationed?
I was stationed at Lackland Air Force Base.
And what did you do?
So I moved to Lackland. I started to become an analyst in radar systems.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I got a daughter with Andreen.
And what is her name?
Elena.
And when was Elena born?
In 2011.
Were the circumstances of her birth medically, were they okay?
So during the pregnancy, Andreen had this condition called preeclampsia. So the doctors decided to have an early delivery. So she got delivered in 29 weeks.
Give me 1 minute. May I approach this? I'm showing you something that's marked as Exhibit 46. What is it?
That's a photo of me and Elena.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate representation of you and Elena? She looks there to be, how old is she there?
It seems like when we lived at Coral Grove, so she's about 4 years old.
Okay. that a happy memory?
Yes.
Shown the state was remarked as defense exhibit 46, and offer state's exhibit 46. I'm sorry. State defense exhibit 46.
The state has no objection to defense 46.
Okay, so maybe you can publish.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
That's the photograph you were just describing,
Yes.
and that's you and your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Where did you live in San Antonio?
I lived in about 4 different locations. First, I think we lived in an apartment complex off Blanco. I don't remember exactly where, but it was on Blanco Road. Then
Andreen lived there with you?
yes, it was me, Andreen, and my daughter Elena at first.
Okay. And what is Andreen doing at this time?
So initially when we came to San Antonio, she was just finishing up her college degree at University of San Antonio, Texas.
Did she complete that degree?
Yes, she completed the degree in 2012.
And after her degree, what did she want to do?
So after she graduated, she came to me with this business idea about starting a home health care facility.
Is that sometimes called assisted living?
Yes.
Did you do any research on that subject?
Yeah, so it seemed interesting when she came to me with the idea, so we decided to, go do some follow-up research. Seemed like a good idea, so we decided to move forward with it.
When you do that kind of a consideration, what are you looking at?
So it's just different aspects, like what does the business entail? Do you need to get a license? How you go about getting like licenses and stuff like that? And also costs, how much it would cost to operate a business, how much profits you could possibly make depending on how many patients, that kind of stuff.
Did you do a business plan?
Yes, we did a business plan.
Did you take any steps to begin such a business?
Yes, so initially we wanted to just test the waters. So I went out and rented a house. And at that time in Texas, you can have an assisted living without being licensed if you have, I think, like 4 or less patients. So we started off by just testing the water through the rented house.
At that time, does Andreen have any funds other than y'all's funds in the marriage?
No.
How did you fund the business?
So, I've been working for quite some time by that point. So it's basically my salary that I've earned over the years in my savings.
And did you participate in the business?
Yes, so at first we were, really small, so I'll just basically fund the business, but I also do like maintenance and stuff like that. And then if there's any like major problems that would come up, we would discuss it at home and then, if I figure out how to solve it.
Did the business grow?
Yes, so after we started to test it with the 4 patients and stuff, it seemed like something that we would pursue further. So at that point, I made a decision to purchase the house, and then we did like some major renovations to the house. So I had to pay for a water sprinkler system because that was part of the requirements by the state of Texas, and did some modifications within the house to set up like additional rooms.
And what was going on with Elena in 2014?
So in 2014, we got some bad news that Elena was autistic.
And just generally, what did that mean?
So at the time, I never really heard anything about like autism. So when we went, basically I used to when I was going to work every morning, I used to take her to the daycare and drop her off and then pick her up on my way home. And then one day when I went to pick her up, the director of the daycare facility told me that she thought, based on her experience with small kids, she told me that she thought Elena had autism and we should, have her checked out just to, make sure.
Did you have her checked out?
Yes, we did.
And when you discovered that she had autism, what did y'all do?
Well, at first, after the test, when I, brought her home for like the next few days, as we're trying to figure out like where to send her to, get some kind of treatment, I also did like some research on the internet, and I noticed like some of the patients, well, not some of the kids that I would see on YouTube, they had a lot of similar characteristics of that Elena had, like the wandering eyes, and she kept on like repeating something over and over and over. So I knew for sure she had it.
Beginning at that point, what do you do as between you and Elena?
So at that point, she's no longer a normal kid, so I had to basically start paying a lot more attention to her and like, trying to teach her stuff so she could communicate, because in the beginning she wasn't talking, so she would have difficulty understanding when someone wanted to talk to her. But I figured out, I don't know how long it took me, but in like a few weeks or maybe a couple of months, I realized that I could teach her how to like read words, and then I could communicate with her through, the words. I just write it down. Like if I wanted to say stop, I would write the word stop, and then she would say stop, and then she would know to stop.
Do you grow the business again?
Yes. So after the location, was pretty successful and we were living in the apartment, we decided to purchase a home, like a 2-story house at Coral Grove. And we basically lived upstairs and had like an unlicensed facility running downstairs.
So you and your family lived upstairs, the facility was downstairs?
Yes.
After that, you grow the business once again?
Yes, so at this point, I think it's like 2015, we decided to purchase this, property, and we did like some demolition work, and then we built a new facility at Bryn Mawr through a construction loan from Broadway Bank.
Are both you and Andreen actively involved in that?
Yes.
Who does the business plan?
So she did parts of the business plan, and then I came downtown at a small business association that's somewhere down here, and then I had like a conversation with the guy, and he gave me like some tools, and so I did like the finance part of it, like the numbers as far as for the business plan.
How would you characterize your relationship with Andreen at that point in 2016?
So in 2016, it started off, pretty good. We were, doing the construction, the business is growing. I'm also working, so I didn't have any problems early in the year 2016.
What's going on, if anything, with you in the Air Force?
So in 2014, that would be the time that I would have to like PCS, that's change station to another location. But because the business was growing and it seemed to have like, a bright future, I decided to transfer from active duty to reserve duty in order to stay in San Antonio.
And so after that, would have your active duty been by being activated or by contract?
Yes.
And is that the situation in 2016?
Yes.
And what happens to you? You're a captain in 2016? What happened?
So in 2016, I was a captain, and then I got promoted to major. So I became a major in, May of 2016.
Okay. And then what happened?
So in August, I had to go to Keesler Air Force Base down in Biloxi, Mississippi, because at that point I was transitioning away from engineering to cyber defense. So as part of the training, I had a 6-month course in Biloxi, Mississippi.
That course, is that how computers interface with weapon systems?
Pretty much. It starts off by you just learning like, normal computer stuff, operating systems, network architecture and stuff like that. And then towards the end, it gets into like, the actual defensive tools.
And did Andreen visit you in Biloxi, Mississippi?
No, she did not.
What happened while you were there to your relationship?
So one day I was, I think it was on the weekend in between classes. I go to the laundromat to do laundry, and all of a sudden I get this strange text from Andreen saying, when I come home, not to come back to the house.
How did that make you feel?
Honestly, I was shocked because up to that point, we had no indications that there was any kind of issues. When I left the house in August, we were doing perfectly fine. The new location was going to have a grand opening in September. So all of a sudden, this just came from nowhere, so I was pretty shocked.
When you finished the course, where did you go?
So I went back home in San Antonio.
And when you got home, what did you find?
So when I got home, the relationship seemed to kind of change. Like before, up to when I left, we didn't have any issues. We didn't argue rarely. And then all of a sudden, like, she would get angry over like all kinds of small, petty stuff without, basically frustrating me. So.
How long did that go on?
So that went on. So I came back home in early December, and then that went on for like the next, couple of months. And then I just basically had enough because, I'm not normally around like that type of, stuff. So I got frustrated and decided I was going to file for divorce.
Did you?
Yes, I came downtown. I forgot what the name of the lawyer was and filed for divorce.
And again, does that change your relationship?
Yes. So at that point, when I filed for the divorce, I was still living at the house, but we weren't having any communication.
In 2017, while your divorce is pending,
yes,
okay, I want to draw your attention to that. Did the police ever come to your house?
Yes.
Why?
So during the divorce, I remember that when we had started the business at Bryn Mawr, my name was not on the account with Broadway Bank, which was a requirement at the time to get a construction loan from Broadway Bank. So I was thinking, wait a minute, I'm going through a divorce and only she has access to that account. It'd probably be wise if I could, get my name added to account so I could make sure that she wasn't doing any funny business.
Why did the police come to your house?
So that Saturday morning, we had a conversation about going to the bank so we could add my name to the account, because typically up until that point, she was the one that handled the paperwork. So if we had like stuff related to the business, she was the one that kept it in the safe. So in the morning, when it was time to go to the bank to get my name added, she started fussing over something. I didn't remember what it was. It was just some nonsense, but to me, it just seemed pretty obvious that she was trying to prevent me from getting added to the account. So we started arguing, but because I didn't want my daughter to, see us arguing, I decided to leave the house. And then when I came back to the house, there was a police car parked in front of the house.
Did the police talk to you and talk to Andreen?
Yes, so when I got out of the car, the officer came and said he had gotten some type of domestic violence disturbance here. And so I looked at him, and then all of a sudden Andreen comes out, and I turned to the officer and I said, "Sir, take a look at her. Does she look like somebody's been abused to you?" And he looked at her and he said, "No." And then I asked him, "Could you please just wait here while I go upstairs and get some clothes so I can leave?" And then I went and got some clothes, and I went and checked in a hotel that night.
Did you go back?
So when I was at the hotel, I didn't appreciate the fact that, she had called the cops and lied on me. So I told her I was going to come to the house to get the rest of my stuff and move out. So the next day, when I got to the house, she had locked the doors using the deadbolt from the inside, so I couldn't get in the house. So at that point, I called the police and asked them for assistance to help me get my stuff so I can move. And they sent a couple of officers over. And when they came, they called her and asked her to open the door so I could get my stuff and leave the house.
Other than that instance in 2017, during the divorce, have the police ever been to your house?
Not to my knowledge.
And what happens after that with your relationship with Andreen?
At that point, for maybe like a couple of weeks, I moved out of the house now, and I was living with a friend named Micah on the other side of town, and then going to work from there. And at that point, like a nice couple of weeks, she kept calling, telling me to come back home for Elena, and she was sorry and all that stuff. And she was also calling like my mom and family members to try to talk me into coming back home.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And did you move back into the house?
Yeah. So when I moved back into the house, I came downtown and met with a lawyer, and then told him, not to go through with the rest of the divorce.
You withdrew the petition?
Yes, I did.
Now, after that, do things stay that way for a long period of time?
So things were, calm maybe for like a couple of months, at which point we had purchased a house at Solitude Cove. But then, as soon as we moved into the new house, the whole problem started again. A lot of disrespect and all kinds of stuff started again once we moved into the new house.
I want to call your attention to the 4th of July, 2018.
Okay.
What do you do?
So, during the summer, we had decided to send my daughter Elena down to Florida to meet with, to stay with my mom for the summer. So we were going to go down to Brownsville to hang out for the 4th of July with a friend of mine I used to work with named Sergio and his wife Heidi. So, we drive down to Brownsville, and as I'm in, Sergio's house, sitting around the dining room table with Andreen, I noticed a tattoo inside the section of the arm, like here. And immediately when I saw the tattoo, it seemed like a date that I kind of recognized, but I wasn't sure, but it seemed like something kind of familiar.
Were you aware that Andreen had a relationship before you in Jamaica with someone?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
Yes, his name is Alvin Hall.
Do you know Alvin?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know?
So he lives like 2 doors down from my dad in Port Antonio, Jamaica.
And in Port Antonio, what is Alvin?
Alvin's a local drug dealer and a gang leader.
Now approach him.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 48. Will you take a look at that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a photograph of Alvin Hall.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what Alvin Hall looks like?
Yes, it is.
Tendering Defense Exhibit 48 to the state for any objection. Can you see exhibit number 48?
Yes, I can.
On this trip, did you notice anything unusual about Andreen?
Yes, like I said, I noticed she had gotten 2 brand new tattoos. There was an A on her right hand, and then that number date that I saw on the inside of her left hand.
Now, approach them.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 49. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a photograph of Andreen's hand with a tattoo.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 50.
Yes, that's also a photograph of Andreen's hand with another tattoo.
Defense Exhibit 48. Do you see this tattoo that's in Defense Exhibit 49 on Alvin's chest under his chin?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same?
Yes, it's the same A.
I'd offer
You're going to show it to the
49,
to show it to
50,
the
and I just want to take this off.
Fine.
Showing it to the state attorney and judge.
No objection, either.
They're admitted, you can publish.
Are these new tattoos?
Yes, they were brand new.
Andreen has tattoos, right?
Yeah, she has 4 or 5 other tattoos.
And the one that you saw earlier with the cross, is that a religious thing, or what does it signify?
So the tattoo is a cross with the words "Jesus walks" under the bottom of the tattoo. So she was a fan of Kanye West. So when that song came out, back in the day, "Jesus walks," God showed me that song. She decided just to get a tattoo for Kanye West.
When I'd like to publish Exhibit 49 and Exhibit 50. Now, whose hand is that?
That's Andreen's hand.
Is that the tattoo that you've been describing that's also in the picture of Alvin?
Yes, sir.
And this tattoo?
Yes, that's also the other tattoo that I said I saw.
We're at the 4th of July at Sergio's house. You see those for the first time. Does that shock you?
So initially it did, but at the time, like I said, I've known Arby since 2007, 2008. So I knew he was born sometime around March 1976, but I wasn't sure the exact day. So when I saw it just before I confronted her about it, I just wanted to make sure I was 100%. So his brother owns a nightclub, and I figured they probably had some type of event there. So I went and Googled, went onto the website for the nightclub, and went back to March of that year, and then right there, March 14, that very year, they had a birthday party for Arby. So I knew March 14, 76 was the birthday, just like I suspected it was.
John,
Yes.
now, I'm showing you it's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
So that's the picture I saw on the website that I took a snapshot of from the birthday for that year in 2018 for Arby.
A fair and accurate representation of what you saw when looking into that?
Yes, it is.
Tended to the state and rejection.
public.
Permission to publish? What is that?
That's the birthday party that they had.
Is the date on it?
Yes, on there it says the 13th. I'm thinking it's probably like a Saturday. That's the 13th, so they probably just had the birthday party like the day before since it's a Saturday.
How much older than Andrew are you?
I'm about 10 and a half years.
Is Alvin older or younger than you?
He's older than I am.
When you were aware that he had had a relationship in Jamaica with Andreen, how old was Andreen?
13 years old.
Was that at the end of the relationship or at the beginning?
That was at the beginning of the relationship.
To your knowledge, did it go on for some time?
I think it went on for like 5 years or so.
Back to Sergio's house on the 4th of July. What reaction do you have to finding this information out?
So I was, at that time I became pretty angry, to be honest. A lot of things, like since, late 2016 when she had sent me that text, and then since I got back in December 2016 with all the bickering and fighting over like some nonsense, at that time it was pretty frustrating because, we're having these arguments, but none of these arguments make any sense. Like, why are we arguing this much when everything seems to be going, right? And then suddenly in 2018, when I saw the tattoo, that kind of made sense. So I had just, pieced it together in my head. All of these arguments are basically whenever she has problems with the guy, she comes home and she takes out the frustration in the house.
You have an argument about it at Sergio's house.
Yeah, so we started arguing at Sergio's house. But, we were at Sergio's house and we were arguing, back and forth. And then she's, telling a bunch of lies, making up stories about what the number was. But obviously I'm not stupid. I can see that, it's the ex-boyfriend's birthday. It's on your hand. It's on their website. Clearly you're lying. So at that point I decided, you know what? I'm just going to go home back to San Antonio.
How did that happen?
So initially, when I decided to head back home to San Antonio, I just wanted to drive, by myself to go home and have her find her own way. But I guess, she was, talking to Sergio and trying to tell him like, nah, everything be all right, everything be all right. We'll drive together. And then I guess eventually we just decided not to put Sergio, into any type of inconvenience. So I decided, okay, we'll just drive together, but she'll drive the car and I'll just sit in the back seat.
What's the drive time from Brownsville to San Antonio?
About 4.5 hours.
How would you characterize that particular drive with Andrew?
I mean, it was pretty, it was a tense, argument because, at that point, like I said, I exactly knew now what all her, behavior was about the whole time. Like I remember, when we first moved into the house, I had gotten the master key and went to Lowe's to try to make like copies of the keys for her and Maureen, because at that time Maureen was living with us.
Listen to the question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Answer the question.
Do you get all the way back to the house in San Antonio?
No. So when we got to San Antonio, I decided like, hey, it's been already like, almost 4 hours in here. I don't want to be around you. So could you please let me out of the car?
Did she let you out of the car?
No, she wouldn't let me out of the car.
How far were you from the house?
Drive time, I'm thinking maybe 15, 20 minutes. Walking distance, maybe an hour.
And how many times did you ask her to let you out of the car?
About 10 times.
Did she ultimately let you out of the car?
Yes, she did.
How did that happen?
So eventually, I kept asking her, let me out of the car. And she kept driving, let me out of the car, let me out of the car. And then finally, I was in the back seat and I grabbed her face, but when I grabbed at her face, she like moved. So I think I scratched her in the face. But at that point is when she actually pulled over and let me out of the car.
After this event, how are things at the house?
Well, after that event, it was pretty tense because when I got back home, I decided to move out of the master bedroom and I was staying upstairs, like contemplating my next move. So I lived upstairs for a couple of months, I think.
But you stayed at the house?
Yes, I stayed at the house.
And she stays at the house?
Yes.
And where is Maureen during this time?
Maureen is living at the house with us.
And just so I'm clear, when did Maureen come to live with you?
Maureen came to live with us, I'm thinking 2015 when we lived in Coral Grove.
Has she lived with you ever since?
Yes.
How would you characterize your relationship with Maureen?
So my relationship with Maureen over the years was pretty good.
How do you think of her?
So at the house, I normally refer to her by the term mommy. So like in Jamaica, that's what you call like your mom, but you say mommy. And since, she was Andreen, my mother-in-law, and we had a close relationship, whenever I refer to her, I call her mommy.
And how long does this go on at the house, just being?
So I was in the upstairs bedroom until like December. So my friend Andrew was coming to San Antonio to visit. So at that time, I sort of moved back downstairs in the master bedroom so that Andrew could get the guest room, just to kind of keep up appearances.
Are you and Andreen working on your relationship at that time?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't call it that. We're just keeping up a facade.
In February of 2018, did you have a party?
Yes, I had a birthday party.
Why?
So, Andreen wanted to plan a birthday party for me. It's my 40th birthday. I wasn't really sure why, but she wanted to throw the birthday party, so we had it.
Whose idea was that?
That was Andrew's.
And how many people were invited?
Maybe like 30 or so.
Were you excited about that?
I mean, it was a party, so we had fun.
And how did the party go?
The party went well.
After the party, is there any difference in the treatment with each other between you and Andreen?
So shortly after the party, I don't remember how many days after, she came to me with this idea about us, going to Jamaica. I think she had mentioned it before, but I told her that I'd think about it. But then after the birthday party, I contacted my friend Andrew in Florida to talk about it, just to see what he thought about this whole idea of us going to a concert in Jamaica. So when I called Andrew and told him about the concert, it was for like this reggae artist called Buju Banton. So I told Andrew about it, and he asked me if either one of us listened to Buju Banton, and I told him no. And I didn't know if Andreen listened to this guy in the 9 years we were married. And then Andrew said,
Christmas thing.
Did it seem normal to you?
no, it did not seem normal.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 51 for identification. Can you identify that?
Yes, that was the Buju Banton concert in 2019.
Had you found that? Had you seen that in terms of what we
Yes.
discussed? Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, it is.
Showing the state fence exhibit 51, offering state's exhibit 51.
Your Honor, I'm failing to see the relevance, objective relevance.
Response?
Well, they're describing the relationship and her and Dream becoming more nicer, and in reference to this particular concert, neither one of them likes the music.
That's fine. So, it's submitted.
I published?
Yes.
Is this the poster that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
To your knowledge, were either one of you familiar with this artist's music?
I mean, we both knew who he was because he's Jamaican, but neither one of us listened to the guy, so.
And did you tell her you would go or not go?
So I told her I wasn't going to go, so it was off the table.
What was her reaction to that?
She got pissed off and moved out of the master bedroom.
Did that seem normal to you?
On a normal relationship, no, but apparently it made her angry, so she moved out.
Did you think her reaction was proportionate to you saying, no, you didn't want to take a trip to Jamaica?
At that time, it didn't really, I mean, it seemed kind of odd that, you asked me if we should go to a concert in Jamaica, and I say no, and you get pissed off to the point you're moving out of the master bedroom, but she did, so it is what it is.
So that was after February 16th, 2019.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to February the 28th, 2019.
Yes.
Were you living at the house?
Yes, I was.
Describe the morning for me.
So for me, it was just another normal morning. I got up my normal time at 5 o'clock. I got myself like half ready. And then around like 5:30, I do the normal routine that I did every morning with Elena. So I'd pick her up. I go to her room, pick her up, take her to the shower, give her a bath, then put on her clothes, take her downstairs, give her a vitamin C medicine, and then put her on the school bus. And then from there, I'd go to work.
Do you recall what time you got to work?
Probably like 8 or so.
Where do you go to work at LAC?
So I work for the 426 Network Warfare Squadron. So it's a SCIF. That's basically a secure facility. So whenever you go in, you'd have to leave your phone outside.
When you're at work, you don't have your cell phone?
No, I don't.
You have to sign it in and out?
No, you just leave it in your car or somewhere outside the building. There's like lockers on the outside. You can store it in there or just leave it in your car.
But you can't take it inside?
No, you cannot.
You know what time you left the skip?
So I left the SCIF around noon that day for lunch. And then after that, I had a briefing that I had to do for some folks that were like some foreign military guys about cyber defense and stuff. And then after that, I went back to work.
How does Andreen start her day?
So every morning when I get up, she'd probably leave the house maybe a few minutes before I actually get up. And then she'd go to the gym at 5, then come back home after 7. After that, I assume she eats breakfast, does what she does, and then eventually goes to work about 9:30, 10.
One moment, please. Are you and Andreen the same size?
No, she's bigger than I am.
How much bigger than you?
Well, I'm about 5'9", and she's probably about 5'11", 6 foot.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 52 and Defendant's Exhibit 53. Can you tell me what they are?
These are two photographs of me and Andreen standing next to each other.
And you didn't take the photographs, did you?
No, I did not.
But are they a fair and accurate representation at that time of what you and Andreen looked like together?
Yes.
Andreen, 52 and 53, state for the objection.
No objection to 52 or 53.
They're good, you publish.
Yeah, publish it. Defense Exhibit 52. What is that?
That's a photograph of me and Andreen next to each other.
And does it accurately depict the difference in size between you all?
Yes.
You said you're 5'9".
Yes.
How tall do you think Andreen is?
That's about 5'11", 6 foot.
Second photograph.
Yes.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Can you describe Andreen in terms of being her physicality?
So, yeah, as you can see from the photo, she's pretty tall, but she does like a lot of CrossFit because she goes to the gym pretty much every morning, and she lifts like a lot of weight, so she's pretty strong.
Do you happen to know, in terms of lifting weights, what kind of heavy weights is Andreen able to lift?
So I know she does like a lot of squats and deadlifts, and I guess it's called like pull. I'm not sure what the term is when you pick the weight up and like snatch it over your head. But I know she can lift a significant amount of weight, maybe like around 280, 300 pounds.
How much do you weigh?
Well, today I'm sort of overweight, so I'm probably about 180. But back then I weighed about 168.
I want to go back to February the 28th. When you leave work, where do you go?
So I think when I got out of the building, I'd gotten a phone call from Andreen saying to meet her at the H&R block to sign the taxes.
You go there?
Yes, I went to H&R block.
For what purpose?
Just to do the taxes.
And you've seen video earlier of you arriving there?
Yes, I did.
When you got there, what did you do?
So when I got there, Andreen hadn't arrived yet, so I just went inside the building. But we've been doing taxes with Juanita for several years, so I just walked into her office, and she already had like our documents on the table. At which point I just, started to like look through them just to see, make sure everything was good.
How long were you there doing that?
Before Andreen got there, I'm not sure, maybe 10 minutes or something.
Did you observe anything while you were looking at the paper?
So when I was looking through the paperwork, I noticed something that Andreen had started this business named Elena's Property Management, and under the business there was a construction taking place for our fourth facility that was supposed to be taking place for Starlight Homes on our joint property at Scarsdale, which I found shocking because I remember when I did the edits for the business plan and submitted them to Andreen to give them to the bank, they were under Starlight Homes. But here on this form, it says there's a business plan going forward under Elena Property Management, which I knew nothing about, and immediately I just knew she was stealing from me.
this would be the fourth location?
Yes, because we already had 3 locations before for the assisted living.
Well, at that time, what was the status of the fourth location?
So the 4th location, we had already bought land, and we were, doing work with this architect who was designing the facility. So every, a few weeks or so, we would both go to the guy, take a look at the drawings and stuff like that.
Did you do a business plan?
Yes, we had done a business plan for it.
Did you get a mortgage?
So we were in the process of getting the mortgage through Broadway Bank.
The documents that you saw at H&R Block, did you sign any documents for a new company?
No, I did not.
Did you sign any documents for a new account?
No, I did not.
What did that signify to you, if anything, at H&R Block?
So basically, all that meant to me, pretty much, that she was robbing me, and she was trying to create a new business so she could transfer property to it, and also open up a separate account to which I would have no access to, and in that way, she would have control of, basically all the business money.
Did you speak to Ms. Brockman about that?
No, I did not.
Did you have any conversation with Andreen?
So when she came to the H&R Block, initially I asked her hey, what the hell is going on with this? But I did it in Patois, which is
Patois?
That's a Jamaican Creole.
Is it a separate language?
Sort of, kind of. It's more like a dialect, but to the normal ear in America, you probably wouldn't understand it.
Is it a mismatch or mixed match of different languages and cultural?
Yeah, so it's like a combination of mostly broken English and a little bit of Spanish and African Creole.
And did you speak to Andreen at H&R Block in that language?
Yes, I did.
Did she respond in that language?
Yes, she did.
And what did you say to her?
So I remember saying, hey, what the hell is going, I said it in Patois, yo, what is, what the construction that I go on with? Which was basically me saying, what's going on with this? What's this construction about? I don't remember what she said, but it was kind of an aggressive tone. I didn't want to get into a big blow up in front of Miss Brock. So at that time, I decided to let it go.
And did you take care of your taxes?
Yeah, so we just went through and signed it and paid for the tax, and then we went home.
Did you say goodbye to Ms. Brockman?
Yeah, so, she had the documents out and allowed me to look through them. So for me, she just seemed obviously whatever Andreen's got going on here, she's obviously not a part of it. So I just gave her a hug, and then I left and drove home.
Do you go home together?
No, we're in separate cars.
Do you go anywhere else first, or where do you go directly from H&R Block?
I go directly home.
Is Andreen there?
No, I think I got home first, and then, a few minutes afterwards, she pulls up.
Do you remember what time she got home?
No, I do not.
What happens when she gets home?
So, I guess she comes in, puts her stuff down, and she's taking off her clothes. And at that time, I think I'd already changed out of my uniform and put on normal clothes. And so, the first thing I did, because, while I'm driving home, I was thinking a lot about the situation. So the first thing I did when I got home, I immediately Googled, I think I Googled something with divorce and business at the time, because that's precisely what I was thinking at that time.
Do you check the state of Texas, the franchise Secretary of State's office?
Yeah, so after I, did a Google search on divorce and stuff, I remember just out of curiosity, because obviously, she's doing some kind of criminal stuff. I just wanted to see how long this scam was going on for. So I went on to, I think, the state property to try to figure out how long ago she had actually started to, and registered the business, to kind of give me an idea of how long she was, scheming and plotting against me.
Not perfect. It's showing you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 54. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is basically the information for the Atlantis Property Management Registry of the State.
Is this what you conducted a search for and found at the time that you were just testifying when you get home?
Yes, it is.
Fair and accurate representation of what it is?
Yes, it is.
Defense Exhibit 54 from objection.
No objection.
I made it published.
Does this show the information for Atlantis Property Management LLC?
Yes, it does.
Did you create Atlantis Property Management LLC?
No, I did not.
Did you ever sign any documentation for Atlantis Property Management LLC?
No, I did not.
Can I just approach the gentleman? Now, the creations indicated on this is 7/10/2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
How close was that to this argument and eruption that you're talking about that was in Brownsville at 4th of July?
That would basically be 6 days later.
You confront Andreen about this issue at the house on the 28th?
Yes, I did.
How do you confront it?
So, once I got the information of when she had formed the company, like I said, I realized it was right around the time she had gotten the tattoo and stuff like that. So I know she was up to no good. So I basically came and said, wait a minute, how the hell do you go ahead and register a business behind my back? And the documentation that I write and give to you to give to the bank for the new construction, you go ahead and modify that document in a new company's name with the bank without my knowledge. What the hell is that? And her response was, oh, it's not hearsay, it's what I heard.
You don't make a decision. Okay, so we're all answer.
Sorry, sir.
You don't respond to them. We try to make a ruling. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So her response was, she's always alone. That's why, she'll set things up where she does it by herself. And that's when I said, that doesn't make any sense because we both live in the same house. How can you be doing stuff alone? When are you ever alone? We live in the same house. We sleep in the same house every night. So I'm not sure. That doesn't make any sense. You're clearly trying to steal from me.
Do you know about what time that is?
That was probably around 7-ish or so p.m.
Do you stay at the house and continue arguing with her?
So she started getting aggressive instead of, like apologizing and say, she made a mistake or something like that. She, started getting aggressive. And since we had a young child in the house, I didn't want it to like blow up into any type of physical confrontation. So at that time I decided, you know what, I'm just going to leave the house.
Did you leave the house?
Yes, I left the house and drove down to the gas station at first.
And the exhibit that we saw earlier in the trial, of your movements and your texts and your actions, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, that's a me.
Exhibit 174. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is it accurate?
Roughly.
And does it show when you left the house or when you arrived at the Shell station?
Yeah, I mean, the timeline squares with what I remember.
When you get to the Shell station, does the video depict what you did?
Yes, it does.
What did you do?
So when I got to this Shell gas station, you know, I was sitting in the car for a few minutes.
Why?
So I was just, you know, thinking about all the stuff that was going on, you know.
Why?
I mean, this was a very big discovery. I mean, it's not every day you find out your wife's ripping you off.
I'm sorry, your wife.
Ripping you off.
How long do you know, if you know, how long you sit there?
I'm not sure how long I was there, but I know, like, while I was sitting in the car, I got some texts from Andreen.
Did you reach out and communicate with Andreen?
When I left the house initially,
Sitting there at the Shell station, did you reach out and communicate with Andreen?
no, I did not.
Who started the communication?
She did.
And how did she communicate with you?
She sent me some text, something about Texas and community property state.
Okay, let's see if we can get that. Is this your response? It's on the screen, can you see it?
Yes, that's it.
And you indicate that you know what's going on and you're not going to be a fool.
Say it again, sir.
You indicate that you know what's going on and you're not going to be a fool.
Pretty much.
And is this going on while you're sitting in the vehicle?
Yes, because this, you know, for the last couple of years, there's been like a growing list of, you know, misdeeds. First, it started off with the issue where she called the cops and reported some false allegation of assault when I talked about the bank account. And then the whole issue with her going to get a tattoo of her thug boyfriend in Jamaica, now to obviously her, you know, starting another business trying to rip me off.
You're 2 miles away from the house?
Probably, you know, maybe 2.5. I'm not sure the distance.
Okay. Why don't you just go back to the house?
Well, at that point, I didn't want to have anything more to do with her because, like I said, I already knew what I was going to do anyway. So I was just going to wait till probably very late when she's already gone to bed to go to the gym. You know, I'd go home, get up in the morning, and go back and meet with a lawyer and get a divorce.
Why would that be your plan?
Well, we were arguing before, and I didn't want to have like any kind of physical confrontation with her. So I already know I'm going to get a divorce. I'm going my own separate way. So at that point, it's probably best to just avoid any kind of physical contact just to be safe.
After this text exchange, can you go to the pen? So you, like everyone else, saw this exchange in this video in State's Exhibit 174, correct?
Correct.
At the end of it, do you leave the Shell station?
Yes, I left the Shell gas station and then I drove to the park that's probably like midway between the house and the Shell gas station.
Stay right in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You go to the park. What do you do at the park?
So at the park, I think I was like listening to some music, just killing time, just to let, you know, the time go by.
Why did you want to let time?
Because, you know, we just had an argument. Like I said, at that point, I didn't want to have anything more to do with her. So the plan was, I'll just wait till it's extremely late. She'll be in bed. I go back home to the house, and then I'll just go to bed.
How long did you stay at the park?
I don't remember exactly, but I think I went home probably around midnight.
When you came back into the neighborhood, did you use your keypad?
No, I punched in the 1976 gate pass.
And where did you park at the house?
I think I parked in the driveway.
How did you enter the house?
So when I got out of the car, I went through the front door.
What do you expect to find?
Well, at midnight, I sort of expected Elena to be asleep in her room and Andreen to be asleep upstairs in the guest room.
When you enter the front door, what do you find?
Well, the light upstairs was dark, so it seemed Elena was definitely asleep. But I noticed the light in the kitchen was on, which I found kind of strange.
And where are you going?
So at that time, I'm just going, to the master bedroom that's located towards the back of the house downstairs.
How far do you get?
So right as soon as I get to where the living room area is, I notice Andreen is sitting in the couch, basically there in the living room.
When you see her, tell me what you see.
So when I see her, she's sitting down in the couch and she's obviously pissed off, just like she was when I left the house, earlier that night. And so at that point, she's right there. So I told her, look, tomorrow when I leave work, I'm going to go back downtown to the divorce lawyer and I'm going to get a divorce. And this time, I'm not pulling it up. Which basically means I'm not stopping the divorce like I did the first time.
As you're saying this, are you standing still or where are you going?
So when I was saying it to her, she's sitting in the couch and I was standing right in front of the TV.
Where are you going?
So I was on my way to my bedroom, and since I saw her, I said it to her.
And what was her reaction?
She got real upset, and then she started yelling at me and started yelling, "Go suck your mother, batty boy! Go suck your mother, batty boy!"
Is that patois?
Yes, it is.
Can you break it down for me? What does it mean?
So the phrase "go suck your mother" means go and give your mom oral sex. And then batty boy is just another phrase in Jamaica that they use to call you a homosexual.
Is this a run-of-the-mill curse in Jamaica?
No, it is not.
What?
So in Jamaica, it's more like a matriarchy type society. So, most guys I know typically live with their moms. So there's a close affinity to especially guys and their mothers. So disrespecting somebody's mom is a big no-no.
If somebody said that to you in Jamaica about your mom, what would happen?
Typically that would lead to a fight.
And the second part of it about being a bocce boy, which you said a homosexual.
Right.
Why is that significant?
So Jamaicans sort of, a little bit of, maybe a homophobic type society. So calling somebody a batty boy is a serious disrespect.
Again, run-of-the-mill or serious curses?
Yeah, it's serious. Usually it starts like a fight.
When Andreen says this to you, what do you do?
So the batty boy piece, I sort of brushed over it. But, the suck your mother piece, I responded to that. And I was like, "Oh, from mother y'all talk to?" And that's basically me asking her, "Whose mom are you talking about?"
Why did that bother you?
Well, that kind of bothered me because, ever since we've been married, my mom treated Andreen pretty well, and I treated Andreen's mother pretty well as well. So that seemed like a pretty odd disrespect, unless you're trying to get into a fight or something. I don't know.
Throughout your marriage, all the arguments you've had, is this different?
Yeah, she had never said that before.
And when it happens and you say, "Whose mother are you talking about?" does she respond?
Yeah, she says, "I feel man, I'm a batty boy." which means I'm talking about your mother, you know, the Bati boy piece at the end.
Is that further insulting?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do?
But at that point, it didn't make any sense to, like, you know, continue with the conversation, obviously, because it's going nowhere. So I decided to go inside the room.
And let me stop there. Who's staying in that room at that time?
So at that time, I'm staying in that room. Andreen is, I believe, upstairs in the guest room. Elena is in her room, and Maureen is in Maureen's room.
Do you make it into your bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And what's the next thing that happens?
So as I'm, you know, going into the room through the door, I responded to her last, you know, insult with, "That's fine. I know when I file my divorce, I'm going to keep my job and I'll have my company, and then you can keep the next half, and we'll go our separate ways."
Did she have any reaction to that?
Yeah, she became extremely irate at the thought of, I guess, I don't know, maybe the part about, you know, splitting the business.
And what does she do?
So she yells out the same curse word again, "Gosok Yamada Bati boy," and charges into the room to confront me.
What does she look like?
She's steaming, man. At that point, she's really angry.
Where does she go?
So when she comes into the room, you know, I turn around and she comes like right up in my face and says it again, "Gosok Yamada Bati boy."
Is she still continuing on forward?
Yeah, she's, you know, she's charging towards me when she's saying it.
Okay. How close to your face does she get while she's charging?
So she comes like right up in my face, at which point I'm like, "Oh yeah, move forward to my face," which means, "What are you doing? Get out of my face."
What is her response?
And her response after that is, "Oh yeah, which means, "What are you going to do about it?"
What do you say?
And at that point I said, "You know what, you're trying to get me into, you know, trouble." So,
Does she stop?
no. Now, after I say that, that's when,
Does she leave?
no, she does not.
Right at that moment, what happened?
So at that moment, she then repeats the "Gasoki Marabati boy," but this time at the end, she spits in my face.
At the moment she spits in your face, what happened?
So at that point, it's just like reflex. I grabbed her, because she's like right in front of me, so I grabbed her head. I think we had like a clash of heads, and I think it opened up like a cut somewhere on her face, because she's a bit, you know, taller than I am, so when the headbutt is like my forehead and like her lower face or something.
You all wrestle.
So at that point, her initial reaction was to kind of like, you know, reach up and like grab her face to see. And then there was like some blood on her fingers. So she like runs into the master bedroom. Not the master.
Where is that?
So the master bathroom and the bedroom are just separated by a door. So we're like, maybe the distance to the bathroom door is like between me and this lady right here.
When she runs into the bathroom, what does she do?
So she runs into the bathroom and turns on the light switch, and then turns to the mirror to kind of take a look at her face. And at that point, you know, I'm trying to see what her face looked like. So I just like stepped maybe like a foot into the bathroom.
In the doorway.
Right.
And what happened?
So when she looks and sees the mark on her face, because she was like looking at it, I think she touched it again. But at that point, she gets extremely angry, and that's when she comes, you know, across the bathroom from the switch back towards the door where I was standing at to attack me.
When she attacks you, you react?
Yeah, so when she comes, she's like throwing like some punches, so I'm trying to like duck down and like keep my face from, you know, getting hit with the blows. And then in between the scuffle, I remember like grabbing her and like tripping her over one of my legs, and then she like falls, and that's when I kick her like twice when she fell.
She's coming at you.
Yes.
She's throwing punches.
Yes, she was.
Is she going sideways, backwards, or right at you?
Now she was coming directly at me, so like I said, when she went inside the bathroom and hit the light switch is on the other side of the bathroom, where the mirror was. And then she had to basically charge all the way across the bathroom back towards me at the door. And that's when...
Your momentum or her momentum to kind of flip her over onto the floor?
So, doing the wrestling, I sort of use like her own body weight, when I twist her, and then use like my leg to like a trip. So that's how she fell.
And then what do you do?
So as soon as she fell, it was like a reaction, so I landed like a couple of kicks.
More than a couple or a couple?
I'd say probably like about a couple.
And right at that moment, what happened?
So when she got the second kick, I think I heard like some type of wheezing, coming out of her. And then also, like in the background, I could hear like some footsteps running. And at that point, I was like, oh shit, Elena. So I ran out of the bathroom towards the living room area. And then I saw like Elena, like she was somewhere close to the stairs, back at the front. So I ran towards Elena and picked her up. And we went upstairs. And then I was trying to get her back to bed.
Back in the bathroom, when this happened, how long did that confrontation, that violent confrontation, how long did it take?
That was definitely less than a minute. It couldn't be that long.
Were you the aggressor?
No, I was not.
What was going through your mind when you were there when that was happening?
So, when she was attacking me, I was basically just trying to defend myself. And I guess probably like a normal situation, you probably like, if someone's like a lot smaller than you, it's not a big deal, you probably just hold them. But since she's, she's bigger than I am, and she's pretty strong, so trying to hold her, to restrain her or some shit like that, that's probably not feasible. So, I just gave her a few kicks, like a couple of kicks, to like knock the wind out of her and get her to stop.
These kicks, are they wind up kicks of somebody, or are they all part of the movement of what's going on?
It's just like sort of like in the movement, because like when you flip, you got a leg behind you and you just whip it and then you whip the next one.
When you get Elena, where do you take her?
I took her back upstairs to her bedroom.
And why?
Because I didn't want her around, any type of situation where, there was any type of family violence or stuff like that.
And when you get to her bedroom, what do you do?
So I was there trying to get her to go back to sleep. And then, at the time I'm thinking about like, okay, she probably just called the police and Andreen.
When you go up to Elena, do you think that Andreen's okay?
No, I just thought, because I heard her wheezing, so at the time I just thought she got the wind knocked out of her. So she probably already caught her breath, probably called the police and made up some story.
Okay. You know how long it takes you to get Elena back to sleep?
I'm not sure the exact time, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
After you do that, what do you do?
So after Elena falls back to sleep, that's when I, go back downstairs and heading back to my room. And then when I, get inside the room, I notice Andreen is still lying in the floor right next to the door. So at that point, I sort of like, go over her and she's not moving. And then I bend over to like check, see.
You check?
Yes.
Tell me how.
So I bent over and then I like grabbed her face and then like feel like if I could feel like a pulse or something, and then I put my ear next to like her nose to see if she was breathing, and she was not.
What kind of reaction did that make you?
So at that point, honestly, man, I became like pretty frantic at that point because oh fucking shit, she's dead on the floor. We just had a fight. Obviously, I'm gonna get blamed for this. And I got a 7-year-old autistic kid upstairs that who's gonna take care of her. So, I mean, it was a pretty scary situation.
You stay right there at the doors of the bathroom, the master bedroom, or where do you go?
So at that point, I'm feeling like the house is like hot. So I went outside just to like get some fresh air and just to like, gather my thoughts and like think about like, what the hell is this going on? So I go outside and I'm, just out there like pacing around and thinking. And I think I actually like went through the gate and then I came back in to the house.
What did you do?
So when I got back in the house, I'm thinking, God damn it, I think I need to get her out of the house before, Elena wakes up and sees her in the house. And then, I don't know, man, at that point, I got this idea to just like get her out of the house. So I think I made like a text message or something like, where are you type deal. And then I went into the garage and I got two trash bags.
Describe yourself when you're doing it.
So, it's a scary situation. I ain't never been in anything like that before. I'm pretty nervous, I'm frantic, what the hell is going on type deal. And I'm just at that point moving like, basically like kind of instincts or something. But I go inside the garage and I grab like a couple of trash bags and then I put one over the top of her and then the other one under for the lower leg or something.
What's your purpose in doing that?
So at that point, for me, I was just trying to get her out of the house.
Why?
Because first, I didn't want Elena to see her, and then at that point, like I said, I'm thinking my life is over now. Obviously, I would get blamed for this, and then she's gone. I'm probably gonna go away, and then my daughter doesn't have any parents.
You said that you're gonna get blamed for this. Did you think you were guilty of it?
No, I didn't think I was guilty, but knowing like the circumstance, there's obviously a dead person in your house, and you're the only adult there, and I know she's like, like issues before with the marriage where she's having an affair and stuff like that. So it just seemed like any run-of-the-mill police that, would be familiar with this situation. It just seemed like obvious, like, obviously we know why you do this kind of deal. So I was just trying to escape the whole situation.
What did you do with the body?
So afterwards, I put her, cause it's pretty big, so I drug her in the plastic bags. But before I did that, I think I used like a belt or something to tie the two bags together. And then I drug her through the house, through the front door.
Did you pick her up?
No, she's way too big for that.
So, how did you get her out?
So I basically screwed it down, grabbed the top part of her body and started pulling until I eventually got her through the front door. And then
Where did you take her?
I got her in the trunk, and then I went to Spec Road. So when I got to the trunk, I had to lean her upper body against the back of the vehicle after I opened up the trunk, and then I had to scoot down and use the bumper kind of as leverage, and then grab the lower part of her body and to turn her into the trunk.
Which car?
It was the Chevy Malibu.
And when you get her in the trunk, where do you go?
I went to Spec Road.
Why that location?
So I had gone to that location before. There's a soccer field on that road, and I had gone there to watch some soccer before.
The soccer field's close to the rural property?
Yes, it is.
Did you go anywhere else, or did you go directly there?
I went there.
You know what time it was when you got there?
It's pretty late, maybe 1:32 or something.
What do you do?
So when I get there, I wasn't aiming for a specific spot. I just was gonna put her on one of the properties. So I pulled up right next to the fence, and then I drug her out of the trunk, and then I kind of rolled her over. I don't remember if it was under the bottom fence or over on top of the first fence. I'm not sure.
Describe the fence.
So it has these metal bars that go up horizontal, and then there's like these, wires that go across. Maybe like 3 or 4 wires.
How did you get her through?
I'm not exactly sure. I think either I probably slid her under the bottom, or it was like over the bottom fence.
Would there be a reason that you're not sure?
It's been 4 years, so small details like that is kind of hard.
What's going on with you at the time?
Like I said, at that time, I'm just panicking. This is not like a situation that people normally find themselves in day to day. So
After the fence, where do you take her?
I did the same thing. Like I drew her like some distance, like across and up. But it was kind of dark, so I couldn't really see like where stuff was or anything like that.
You sat through this whole trial. Did you put the body where all the photographs and where the bones are and all the exhibits that have been shown to us?
Yes, that would seem kind of accurate because I remember there was like a dead cow right next to where I ended up.
When you put the body there, what did you do?
So at that time, I took the bags off. I was just gonna leave it there, and for some reason, I don't remember why, but I just had this weird idea to probably should just take the clothes. So I took the clothes and threw them in the bag, and then went back in the car and went home.
Take all her clothes?
I think so.
And you put them in the bag and went home?
Yes.
When you got home, what did you do?
So when I went home, and at that point, I don't remember if I took my clothes off and threw them in the bag. But eventually, I knew I threw her clothes, and I'm thinking I probably took my clothes off as well, and threw them in like a plastic bucket, and I just got a lighter and lit them. But as I'm doing,
Is that a smart thing to do?
nah, that's a pretty stupid thing to do.
Why?
Because it's a plastic bucket, so
What happened?
so the plastic bucket started to melt when I lit the fire, and so that's where it kind of turned over on where you see in the spot.
The mark out back of your yard, is that the top of the bucket?
Yes,
How did it get like that?
it just melted down from the heat
Is
with
that
the clothes.
That's where you put the bucket
Yes,
when it started to melt?
yes.
And what?
I think I put the stuff into I think I scraped it up and then I threw it in like a trash bag. But for some reason I think I took.
Doing it clean?
Yeah, so when I went back into the bathroom, like right where she was laying down, I think there was like a small speck of blood or something on the floor. So I had cleaned up that speck that was on the floor. It was mixed with like saliva or something, like saliva and blood to be accurate.
I want to go back for just a minute. When this tussle or fight or conflict occurred. Okay? At that moment, were you afraid?
During the fight?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I was, because, like I said, we never had like any type of big brawls like this, and I hadn't had a fight, like a real fight with anybody since I was like 13 years old, so.
Do you have any special training in fighting?
No, I do not.
Is it part of your workout or anything you do to practice fighting?
No, I don't have any reason to practice fighting. I work at computers.
And when's the last time you said you had a physical fight with someone?
I was 13 years old, going to St. Jacob High School, like 12th grade.
And after this happens and you dispose of the body, what do you do?
So after that, I remember like going upstairs to Elena's room, and she was sleeping. So at that point, I was just like in the room. I don't remember how long I was in there, but I know I was in there crying.
Do you remember how long you stayed in there crying?
Maybe an hour or so.
How did you feel about everything that you described?
I mean, at that point, man, I mean, it felt really awful. Like, basically we had a good life for a while and everything is going good, and then basically this madness, just like, you know. So at that point, you know, I'm feeling really sad because, like I said, my daughter got autism. She's 7 years old. She's probably not gonna have any parents. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, I'm also like, why me? Why me? Because pretty much the whole night I tried to avoid the very situation that I ended up in when I left the house.
So the next morning, what do you do? Do you go to sleep?
No, I couldn't sleep at that point.
The next morning, what do you do?
So it was like a few hours after that, you know, it's time to get Elena back up for school. So I went upstairs, you know, to give her a bath, and at that point, she when I picked her up, she asked me like, "Where's mommy?"
What'd you say?
So, man, at that point, like, you know, it kind of broke me down. So I didn't really know what to tell her. So I just told her, like, you know, hey, mommy's at the gym. And then at that point, I gave her a bath. We did the same thing afterwards, like, you know, put her clothes on, took her downstairs, you know, gave her like a vitamin C, and then I put her on the bus.
Then what do you do?
And then after that, after I put her on the bus, you know, I went to walk the dogs, like I can normally do as well. And then I think I sent Andreen like a text, you know, and then like I fed the dogs or something silly like that. And then when I was leaving the house, I noticed, you know, like her phone. I think it's in the bathroom or something. And then it popped in my head like, wait a minute, you know, and Jean left the house. She probably has her phone. So at that point, I think I grabbed the phone. And I don't remember if I smashed it outside or something, but I know I smashed it at some point, and then I threw it in the same garbage bag that I had. And then when I was driving to work, there was like a construction going on someplace. And then I pulled over the side of the road and like dumped it into like this construction, you know, bin that they have. And then went to work.
How long were you at work?
So it was just normal, like, I was there to maybe like close to maybe 11 or something, I'm not sure, but, you know, it's about lunchtime. And then I decided to go to lunch.
And how are you that day at work?
So at that time, you know, I haven't had any sleep, you know, pretty much, so I'm just, you know, kind of like moving along like basically like a robot.
And did you go in the skiff?
Yes, I did.
When do you come out of it?
So like I said, it's probably around 11-ish or something, or 11:30. I'm not sure the exact time, but I know I came out like doing around the lunchtime period. And then when I came out of the skiff, I didn't like turn the phone. I don't know if I didn't look at the phone at that time, but I know I went to the Popeyes first. And then as I'm driving away from the Popeyes, I believe, I realized that I got like a bunch of calls on Facebook from Carol.
You go home?
So not immediately. I remember giving Carol a call back. And then when I answered the phone, she's like, oh my God, like, I've been looking for you guys all morning. You know, where's Andreen? And I was at that point, I said, I don't know where Andreen is. Maybe she's at the house. And then she says, Judy called her saying she was, you know, been calling Andreen this morning and she couldn't get a hold of Andreen. And so at that point, I told her I'd go home to the house. Maybe she's, you know, in the closet or something.
The testimony of Carol Gambar and Elizabeth Cancel about you at the house confronting you, is that pretty accurate?
Initially, when I went home and they came into the house, there wasn't really like a confrontation, because as they came in, there's like, you know, I don't remember I think Maureen came through the door first, and then Carol came behind her, But there was like a brief exchange because I was like walking out of the house. And I don't know what it was. They were saying something to me, but I couldn't hear. So
Do you remember anybody yelling at you?
at that point, no, I did not.
Where did you go?
So I got out of the house, and then I got in my car, and then I went to the hospital.
Why?
Well, at that point, I was just trying to get out of the house, get away from these ladies and go clear my head because, this is like a crazy situation going on now. So it just seemed like a normal thing. Like that's probably you would check for somebody first. That's why.
What did you expect to happen at the reception desk at the hospital?
So I'm thinking I'm gonna go in there and say to the guy, ask for Andreen and stuff. Ask for McDonald, and he'd probably say no. And then I leave, go back to the house, and tell him, I guess she's not at the hospital. But when I talked to the guys, he says last name, and I said McDonald. I don't know, maybe he heard my accent when I said it, and then he looks up and he's like, yeah, there's this lady here with this little girl, which I thought was just I don't know, man, that just sounded like some kind of sign or something. So I just kind of got freaked out, and then I turned and left. And then when I left, I drove down the street a little bit, and then I stopped on the side of the road to just contemplating what the hell to do next.
What's going through your mind?
So at that point, I'm just thinking, oh my God, this is probably it. This is over.
How do you feel about what's happened so far?
So at the same time, at that time, I'm feeling pretty scared, the whole situation. And I'm just thinking about, oh my God, my life is freaking over. And my daughter's life is probably over too. And then, pretty much Marines were depending on her, so her life's probably over as well. So that's all I can think about.
Where did you go?
So I don't know how many minutes I was, on the side of the road, but then after that I decided to go back. And then when I got back home, there was cops already at the house. And then when I walked in, I believe the cop took me back to the bathroom, and then he showed me the blood on the switch. And at that point, the ladies were yelling at me at this point. And then the cop, he started to take me back out of the house to get some separation between, because the women were making a lot of noise. So he took me out of the house in handcuffs, and then he put me to sit down in the back of the car, and then he started, asking me questions what happened, what I'm saying? And I basically told him we got into an argument and left, and that was it. And then I forgot what he said. I don't remember what he said after that. But I remember what he said now. He says, just tell us, you better tell us what happened right now. And if you tell us what happened right now, you'll get a lot of time. But if you don't, you'll get even a lot more time. And at that point, I asked him, I said, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to talk to the Lord.
Is that where you stayed?
So that's where I stayed pretty much the rest of it. I was detained for, I don't know, maybe 13, 14 hours. They left pretty late, early the next morning.
During that 13 hours, are you thinking about your situation?
Yeah, so during that time frame, my mind kind of shifted. At first I was just feeling sorry about the whole situation. I'm just thinking, man, if only I knew what was going to happen when I went back to the house, I'd have probably just left the gas station and drive to Houston and never come back or something like that. And then I started feeling for myself. I'm like, man, why the hell does this shit have to happen to me, of all people? My whole life, I'm trying to do good for other people and stuff. I took Andreen out of Jamaica, helped her live a better life. I brought Maureen to live with us, to also get a better life.
How does that make you feel?
At first, as gradually, the sorry and the pity started turning towards like anger, because now I'm thinking like, why the hell, she's doing all this stuff, and I started thinking about all this stuff, and as I'm thinking about the cheating, the stuff with the accounts, the money, and now with the business and all of that stuff, and then finally, like this whole reason that we started arguing that week about me not wanting to go on that trip to Jamaica. At that point, honestly, I just thought, oh shit, this is what's going on. So I thought at that point, oh man, this is what was going on. She's trying to set me up to like get me down to Jamaica and have the boyfriend, off me when I was down there. And at that point, like the pity just kind of like went away, and now it's just like pure rage and like anger. The whole time I'm in there, I'm just there. I'm like angry now, because now I'm like, she got a degree.
Did they release you?
Nah, they didn't leave. They released me maybe like 2 o'clock or something.
What do you do?
So as soon as they released me, like I said, I was pretty angry now at that point. And so I went inside the house when they left, and then I think I grabbed like the hammer. I had like a little bit of gas or something in like a container, like a plastic container. And then I went into the vehicle and left. But then when I drove out, it was like really foggy and dark that night. So I had to like circle back to the house to grab the flashlight. And then when I grabbed the flashlight, I think that's when I then drove to the, I think I circled back a third time, because when I grabbed the gas, I didn't have anything to light it with, and then I went back to grab a lighter, and then I went to the field.
Now, I'm showing you it's been marked as defendants exhibits 55 and 56. Do you recognize those?
Yes, that's a picture of the shelf that's in my garage.
Are they both pictures of the shelf in your garage?
Yes.
Okay. If exhibit number 55, are these on different days?
Nah, they look like the same day, just closer up.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Conrad, which man is this?
March 1st.
March 1st. No objection, Judge, to 55 and 56.
They're both admitted. Yes.
I'm showing you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 55. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And slightly different view, Defense Exhibit 56 from March 1st in your garage. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you see this little item right there, little yellow base?
Yes, I can.
Do you know what that item is?
That's my yellow hammer.
Now, Coach. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 59. Can you look at that and tell me what it is?
That's my hammer.
What you're calling the yellow hammer?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibits 57 and 58. Two photographs Can you tell me what they are?
Yes, they're just photos of the same shelf without the hammer.
Would those be on March 2nd?
Yes.
'57, '58, and '59 defense exhibits were tendered for objection.
Your Honor, no objection to 57, 58, and 59.
Here they're all made published.
So, what is this?
That's the hammer.
Is this the base of the hammer?
Yes, it is.
Is that what you pointed to on the March 1st photo?
Yes, it is.
Defense exhibit 57. Here, in that same location, you see that hammer?
No, it's not there anymore.
You see it in 58
No, it's not there anymore.
on these March 2nd photos. You know why it's not there?
Yes, I do. The reason why they're not there, it's not there, is because that Saturday, early Saturday morning, March 2nd, I had grabbed the hammer off the shelf, and then, like I said before, after I got released from the cops, I had driven back out to Speck Road.
What did you take with you out to Speck Road?
I took some gas and the hammer and a flashlight.
Do you know what time you went out there?
It was pretty late, probably like 3 o'clock or something.
And when you got there, where did you go?
I went straight back in front of the same property. I got out of the car. I was angry as hell. And at that point, I jumped over the fence and went towards the body.
When you got to where the body was, what did you do?
So at that point, now I'm like really angry. Because,
What did you say you were really angry about? What?
Man, so the reason why I'm really, really angry is just because, like, I'm thinking about this whole situation, like, a lot of it. Like, I left the house just to avoid the very situation that I'm in, a confrontation with Andreen, okay? And all of this, in my opinion, like, could have been avoided. Like, if Andreen wanted to, like, go be with somebody else, she was free to do that. She had a degree. She owned half of a business. Like, why would she need to, like, go through all this stuff to try to get it all? And then, in my opinion, at that point, I'm thinking that's what the whole thing about going to Jamaica was, trying to get this dude to, like, probably off me off so she can get everything. So I get really angry. So at that point, I poured, like, the gas on her, and then I lit the fire.
Was it enough gas?
Nah, it wasn't like a lot of gas. It's just like leftover gas that I had. Like, I used to cut my own grass, but then eventually, like, as the business grew and stuff, I started having Eddie come by the house now and do the lawn care. So it was just like some leftover that I had in a container. So I poured that on her, I lit it, and then it was out. I don't know how long, but it was out pretty fast.
Then what did you do?
So at that point, I got a hammer, and the body's like right there. So at that point, I just got really pissed off and started, like, hitting the body with the hammer.
How many times?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you, but it was multiple times. But I know.
Where did you hit?
So I know I was, like, hitting, like, in the face and, like, the neck area. And I remember, like, at first I hit her in the face with the hammer front, and then I used the claw and, like, hit her in the neck area. And I remember the claw got stuck in, like, her neck, and then that's when I was like ripping the hammer out. And then at that point, I thought I was done, but as I'm like trying to, like, walk away, I give it like one more whack somewhere in the body. I'm not sure where that landed.
How did that make you feel?
And at this point, honestly, man, I'm just like really, really angry because.
Have you had any sleep?
Nah, I didn't sleep at that point. I'm tired, but I'm angry. I'm tired. at that point, and I'm just like going off fumes at that point. Because like I said, I just kept repeating in my head, like, how the hell does this like shit, happen to me and me of all people? Like, why the hell did this have to happen to me? And like I said, this could have been like way avoided, and I'm just pissed off at Andreen at that point, because I'm thinking this could have been easily avoided, because I had filed for divorce a couple of years ago, and she knew at that point she had no intention of working on anything, but she was just trying to like keep me around, using my daughter against me to keep me in the house, so she continued with some kind of scheme to rip me off. And then I'm thinking, when that doesn't work, because like she had said in the text, Texas is a community property state, so there is absolutely no way you can legally like have businesses and assets with a spouse and then get a divorce and not have half go to one spouse and half go to the other one. So in my opinion, the only way she was going to get everything to go share with the boyfriend, they had to have been planning like get me whacked when I went to Jamaica. And
That's what you were thinking.
yes, that's what I was thinking.
How much longer did you stay at that location?
I don't know how long more I was staying. I stayed at the location. I probably just like stood around there for a little bit, just like thinking. And I probably,
When you come back to Solitude Cove, can you use your gate code to get inside?
no, I don't think I used the gate code. I think I used like Andreen's like gate pass or something to get in.
When you go out to Spec Road, what vehicle are you in?
At that time, I'm driving a car because the cops, they took my Malibu, and I believe they took the Traverse from the house that night, and they left the Jag and the Porsche. So I had driven the Porsche out there.
When you come back to Solitude Cove, where do you park the Porsche?
I go back and park the Porsche in the garage.
Then what do you do?
At that point, I took the clothes off and the hammer and the flashlight, and I basically put them in the trash. And then I think I had some clothes. It was pretty cold because it was winter, so I think I had maybe like another layer of clothes or something. But I didn't think those got messed up when because I had the black sweater and the black pants over it, so I didn't think any of the underneath clothes got messed up. So I think I went into the bathroom and took those off and then put them on a chair or something. And then, I don't know, I kept pacing around for another few hours.
Then what do you do?
So at that point, I'm just like thinking about like a lot of stuff, man. Like this whole situation, like how we got to this point. You know what I'm saying? Like how my life is going, like really great. For several years. I get married, we get a kid. Career-wise, I'm doing good. Got promoted, business is going good. And then for it just to like turn on a dime from that kind of atmosphere to now this whole crazy situation where basically, there's one dead person, and I'm probably, going down for that. And then there's this little girl with autism that basically got no parents, and then all the other people that their lives are gonna get ruined because of this whole situation. And at that point, I'm just thinking about all of that stuff. And then in the morning, that's when I'm thinking, man, the only way out of this now is to probably just go try to get rid of the body.
Where do you go?
So I think at first I went and got like some cash at the bank, and then I went to Lowe's.
That's you in the video we've seen, looking around those, making purchases.
Yes, that's me.
Gas cans, hatchet, axe. All
Yes.
the items that are in that.
Yes, sir.
And where do you go with it?
So afterwards, I go back to my house, and then I get to the house. I park the Porsche inside the garage, and then I'm there, just pacing around, basically still thinking. But
Let me ask you a question. All those items, many of which are piled up there, all the items from Lowe's, do you ever use any of those items out on Spec Road?
no, I did not.
The gas can, the axe, the shovel, it's a new shovel. Right?
Yeah, everything that was there was brand new.
It's still a new shovel.
They're all new.
The axe, is a new act. Other than what you described, lighting a body on fire, hitting it with a hammer, do you ever go back out to Spectrum?
No, I did not.
Why are you looking up searches of questions about fingerprints and bones and bone decay and that kind of thing?
So at that point, that's like in July or something, and I've already been arrested for this case, so this case is pretty much, set in stone. So now I'll go to court and then we'll have a trial. But a lot of the stuff is just like curiosity, and then some of the stuff, like there was like another case where they had found like this other lady out in the woods that was burnt around that time, and that also kind of like, drives some curiosity. And then there's like other stuff going on. So there's a lot of different searches, I think just out of curiosity, because they had come to the house and searched the house, and there's like the DNA stuff on the light switch. So I think that's what prompted like, DNA tests for like indoor stuff. And then like I knew the body was somewhere out in the wood, out there in Spec. So that's probably what drove the like DNA, fingerprints type thinking, just thinking about like what the case would look like basically.
There's been testimony in the trial that you were arrested for the receipt, for the Lowe's receipt for tampering with evidence.
Right.
Did you remain silent on that?
Yes.
Was that months before the discovery of the body?
Yes, it was.
Did you exercise your right to remain silent with respect to any part of the investigation?
Yes,
when you were going to tell your story about what happened, where were you going to tell?
So at that point, like I said, when I got arrested for the case, I decided at that point I was just going to dig in and wait till I went to court, because I didn't really like trust the police or, maybe the DA's office trying to twist words against me and trying to manipulate stuff and make it seem to be something what it wasn't or what it is. So at that point, I just decided my best bet is to wait till I go to court and then I'll tell the truth.
In March and then July of 2019, have you done nothing to try to get into court to tell your story?
So I remember like the first time, probably like July when I first got arrested, I remember when we came to court, and at that point I was, demanding like to get a trial pretty soon from the judge. And I remember that whole interaction, because when you said it, the judge had asked the prosecutor at the time, it's none of these people here.
Have you always, from the very beginning, wanted to go to trial as soon as possible?
Yes, it is. Way back in 2019, as soon as this case began, I've been asking to come to court the whole time.
Did you, in fact, on the Friday before we started testimony with this jury and panel, did you call your mother-in-law and your sister-in-law?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes, I did.
How did that feel?
It was a pretty emotional conversation. I already knew when the case started, obviously we're gonna have a trial, then I'll get to tell the truth. But I had lived with Maureen for several years, and not only that, on top of that, since I've been, away, she's been the person like taking care of my daughter. And so I just felt like I didn't want Maureen to hear it the same time everybody else hears it. I just thought out of courtesy, I give her a heads up, let her know what went down, tell her the truth, and then eventually I'll come to court and say it.
Is what you told them what happened?
Yes, I did, but the way they kind of, said it in the court, obviously some things weren't, but the general concept, I think they maybe got the general concept down, but some of the key details, obviously they didn't pass it on correctly.
One moment. Pass it.
Been at it over 2 hours. Any of the jurors want a 10-minute break, or will they keep going? Raise your hand if you need a break. Okay, see some good with a break.
All right, for jury, this way, please.
incidents, one around Christmas time of 2018, in which the defendant assaulted and choked his wife in front of Andrew Russell, and then also a further incident.
Assaulted Andreen?
Yes,
In front of-
Andre.
in
And
front
then
of-
a second incident in which the defendant assaulted Andreen in front of Katie Harris, her child, and Maureen Smith.
In front of, and what was that one?
Your Honor, I'll get the exact date. I believe it was sometime in 2017.
Okay. The first one from Brownsville, I'll allow, and any response on the other two?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear.
I said the first one, Brownsville, I'm going to allow them any response from defense on the other two, the Christmas 2018 and then a different incident.
I don't think those are opened in the same way. And I'll object that they're inadmissible 404B, and then under 403, they shouldn't be admitted.
What did he say? He said that he's never fought with anybody since he was 13?
He did, Your Honor.
He said, he's talking about a fist fight with a guy. I haven't had a fist fight with a guy since I was 13.
Can we look at the record? Just go back and say, I haven't had, I don't know, search it, however you search.
Your Honor.
Hold on, so she can
Oh,
search.
I apologize.
I guess it was, I didn't have a fight with anybody. I didn't have a fist fight. We go back.
I haven't had a real fight with anybody since I was 13 years old.
Haven't had a real fight? You didn't say guy or anything like that? That was defensive saying.
His full answer was, I mean, yes, I was, because like I said, we never had like any type of brawls like this, and I hadn't had a real fight with anybody since I was 13 years old.
Where are you at?
And when's the last time you said you had a physical fight with someone? I was 13 years old, going to St. Jacob High School, like 12th grade. But does it mention guy or girl?
It's apples and oranges compared to what the prosecutor is talking about. These two things, and if he's going to be asked, I make a confrontation objection, that if he's going to ask about them, he's not talking about calling extrinsic witnesses.
Well, he's talking about Andreen, right? Nobody else, right? It's not other.
Right, I'm talking about an assault that the defendant perpetrated on Andreen McDonald. The defense is painting Andreen McDonald as the aggressor, as they did through the defendant's testimony. This would go directly to contradict it, and including his comment that he had never had a fight with anybody since 13. It's a misleading comment to the jury. I'd like to be able to explore that.
Fine, I'll allow it.
You want to go back on the stand?
Ready? Yeah, let's get Mr.
Hold on.
McDonald. Mr. McDonald, let's get back on the stand. You don't have to look at me every time I look over here. And sometimes you're thinking that I'm going to tell you something, but I'm just either looking at the jurors or listening to your testimony. But if I say something, I'll tell you. Sometimes you kept looking over here when you think I'm going to say something. I'll speak up, or you're just either looking at them or looking at me.
Okay, all right, sir.
All right, the jury, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
You're still under oath to state?
Thank you, Your Honor. The business that you and Andreen had, what was the name of it? The home health care business.
It was Starlight Homes.
And when did the company come into effect? When did it start?
Probably 2012, 2013.
Now, you had your job with the Air Force, correct?
Correct, sir.
So the day-to-day business, was that conducted largely by Andre?
The day-to-day operations were conducted by Andreen.
But you were the one who provided the seed money to create those businesses, correct?
Correct.
In terms of either renting the property and then ultimately purchasing the property.
Correct.
Now, you said that throughout the years, it began with a small operation and it grew, correct?
Correct.
And as the business grew, the business made more money, correct?
Correct.
And did the relationship still stay the same? You still had your job with the Air Force, and Andre would run the day-to-day of the business.
That is correct.
Now, at the time, in late February, early March of 2019, how many businesses were there?
There was 3 in operation, and 1 was still in the planning stage, design stage.
Okay, so 3 operational, and a 4th would come sometime in the near future, was the plan.
Correct.
Now, you said that you're about 10 and a half years older, is that correct, from Andre?
Correct.
Now, you gave her this money so she could start these businesses, right?
Well, we were both married at the time, so it's not giving her the money to create this business, but creating a business for our family.
But you were the one who had the means to do so. You had a job as well as some savings, correct?
Correct.
At the time, she was still going through school. She did not have the type of capital in her own name that she was bringing into the equation.
Correct.
Did you feel like you helped her create these businesses?
I did help her create these businesses.
You helped make it happen.
I did help create the businesses, sir.
She owed you.
She owed me? I don't think of it like a owe type stuff. We're a family and we're building a business together, so it's not a owe me type stuff.
Now, you saw some of those text messages between the two of you on February 28th concerning the business, correct? About the creation of the LLC that you didn't know about.
Correct.
Now, during those texts, you saw that Andreen referenced community property, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with community property?
I am.
Are you familiar that Texas is a community property state?
I am.
That the assets owned by the wife and the husband, you essentially own the 50-50?
Correct.
Now, I now want to call your attention to a visitor that you had back in 2017. Do you know Kadeen Harris?
Yes, I do.
Who is Kadeen Harris generally to you and Andre?
So, I would consider her a friend, but she was mainly Andreen's friend. But during the course of the marriage, I came to know her, so I would consider her a friend as well.
So she was initially more a friend of Andreen's, but then you began to know her more so, correct?
Right. She grew up in Jamaica with Andreen of some sort.
And did she come and visit you in San Antonio in 2017?
Yes, she did.
And do you remember her bringing her young child with her?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember during that visit you attacking Andreen?
I did not attack Andreen.
Do you remember knocking Andreen over into Kadeen and into the child?
Would you like me to describe the incident, sir?
I'm asking you, do you remember that?
So, I remember getting kicked in my back while I was holding
Sir,
her.
it's a yes or no question. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I remember the incident.
Do you remember the child getting knocked over?
I don't remember the child getting knocked over.
Do you remember Kadeen getting knocked over?
I don't remember Kadeen getting knocked over.
Do you remember Andreen getting knocked over?
She fell on the bed.
Do you remember Marie being present when this took place?
Yes, she was.
I also want to call your attention to what you testified earlier to July 4th of 2018, when you, Andreen, and Elena went down to Brownsville to visit Sergio and Heidi. You went on July 4th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have testified that you discovered that Andreen had a tattoo, a matter of fact, 2 different tattoos on her wrist areas, correct?
Correct.
One kind of almost like an infinity tattoo and one with a date on the tattoo itself, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember speaking to Sergio that day and him trying to calm you down after you're doing that research in terms of the tattoo?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling Sergio that you wanted to have him drive you down to the outlet mall so you could confront Andreen about that?
No, I did not ask him for that.
Did you go to the outlet mall and confront Andreen about the tattoo?
No, I did not.
So, do you remember both Sergio and Heidi trying to calm you down after your research that you've done on this tattoo?
I remember them trying to calm me down as we were arguing inside their house.
Do you remember them telling you to stop calling Andreen names and being disrespectful in their household?
I remember them telling me to calm down.
Do you remember them telling you to stop calling her names?
I remember the exact conversation, but I do remember Heidi in particular telling me to calm down.
Now, you, Elena, and Andreen returned to San Antonio in the same vehicle that evening, correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay, when did you return?
It was just me and Elena that went down there, not all three of us.
I'm talking about when you came back to San Antonio. How did the three of you drive together back to San Antonio?
It was the two of us, not the three of us.
So you're saying Elena was not there?
No, she was not.
So Sergio and Heidi said that she was there. That would be incorrect.
That would be incorrect.
So where did you sit when you were driving back?
I was in the back seat.
And I assume that Andreen was driving?
That is correct, sir.
You said the drive was roughly 4.5 hours. Is that roughly accurate?
That is accurate.
Now, you stated to this jury that you had asked for Andreen to let you out of the car, and she refused to do so when you were in San Antonio. Is that right?
Correct.
And that you said that you reached up from behind in the back seat and did something to her face. What did you do?
I said I reached up and I grabbed her face, but as I was grabbing her face, this is a normal reaction for somebody to move. So I had nails, so the nails scratched her on her face.
Why are you reaching up and grabbing her face as she's driving?
That was just out of frustration because I asked her like 10 times and she wouldn't let me out of the vehicle.
So did it matter to you that she is driving the car and you were putting your hand in her face? Isn't that a safety risk?
At that time, I was not thinking about a safety risk. I was just thinking about getting out of the car.
Do you recall that Andreen was on the phone with her aunt, Lorna Anderson, during this incident?
She was not on the phone with her aunt during that incident.
So if her aunt were to say that she was, that's inaccurate. That's a lie.
That would be a lie.
Do you recall what Andreen looked like the following day after you said that you scratched her in the face?
Yes, she had, I believe, 2 streaks, like one across here and one coming across down there.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 438. Do you recognize the person in those photos?
Yes, I do.
That photo was taken on July 5th, 2018. Do you recognize the marks that are depicted in those photos?
Yes, I see 2 scratch marks that run from top of the face coming down.
Okay. Does this photo fairly and accurately depict what Andre McDonald looked like during that time frame?
I would assume so.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence, Exhibit 438, subject to any objection by the defense.
Do our objections under Rules 403 and 404B for this line of questioning in this photograph, State's Exhibit 430.
It's denied. So you can vote.
Thank you, Judge. Who's this photo of?
That's Andreen.
You said that you saw 2 different marks on the photograph. Describe to the jury, where did you see those marks?
They're running like from here down.
And you're indicating a place on your forehead, on the left side or the right side?
There would be like something like here.
So on either side of the temple?
Roughly like coming down the middle of the face.
You said it was also going down. Going down to where?
Like going down the face because it's a scratch.
Where does it end on the face?
I can't really tell, but it's coming down.
Is it around her nose?
I can't see any marks on the nose.
Is that easier to tell?
Where's the mark on the nose?
You said that you indicated that you saw a couple marks on her. Where did you indicate that you saw marks?
Coming down here on the face.
So either side on the forehead?
Right.
permission to approach? I'm again showing you states 438. The area to the left of her mouth. What is indicated there?
Looks like a scratch mark coming down.
So a scratch mark on her mouth? Right, next to her mouth, I
So
should
it'd
say.
be, right.
You said that Andre was not on the phone with her aunt during this incident.
She was not.
I now want to call your attention to Christmas time, December 2018. Was your friend Andrew Russell visiting from Florida?
Yes, he was.
Did he stay at your house during that time?
Yes, he did.
And I believe you testified earlier during that time frame you moved out of the guest bedroom to, I believe you said, for appearances purposes, so Andrew could stay there.
Correct.
Do you recall a conversation that you were having with Andrew on your deck area that evening?
Yes, I recall.
Do you recall during that conversation you told Andreen that you made her, that she was just a poor girl from the street?
I'm sorry, what?
That you made her, that she was just a poor girl from the street?
I do not recall saying that.
Do you recall after that you started to physically attack Andreen?
I did not attack Andreen.
Do you recall putting your hands around her neck?
I did not put my hands around her neck.
I now want to call your attention to February 16, 2019.
Okay.
Is that when Andreen threw a birthday party for your 40th?
Correct.
That birthday party was at your house, correct?
Correct.
You said 30 to 40, roughly 30 to 40 people attended, correct?
From what I can remember, yes.
Now you said also around that time that Andreen had asked you if you wanted to go to Jamaica to see I'm not sure if it's a band or some type of concert.
So she had actually asked me before that, but I did not give her a response. But I know I gave her a no afterwards, after the birthday party.
And I believe you said a few days after the birthday party, is that right?
That would be a rough estimate, yes.
Now, you have family in Jamaica?
Yes, I do.
And Andreen has family in Jamaica.
Correct.
You both grew up there, correct?
Yes, but in separate parts of the country.
But you both,
But in separate parts of the country.
and you both have friends, connections to Jamaica.
Yes, we do.
Could she have just been simply wanting to go back home?
I mean, she could have gone whenever she wanted, but I did not have a reason to go back home.
You said you have family and friends in Jamaica, correct?
I do have family in there, but I hadn't been in Jamaica in several years, and I had no intention of going back anytime soon, so.
I now want to bring your attention February 28th,
Yes, sir.
2019. Did you have a scheduled meeting at H&R Block to go over your taxes with Juanita Brockman?
I'm pretty sure it was a scheduled one, but I knew I got a call at some point from Andreen that told me to meet her there at later on in the evening or something.
And you arrived there first, correct?
Correct.
And Andreen came with Alana?
Yes, she did.
And you're aware that that evening that Maureen did not stay at the house at Solitude Cove, correct?
Yes, she left the house. I'm not sure when, but she was not there.
Did you know why Maureen had left?
No, I do not.
Just that she was not present.
Correct.
Now, you said that while you were at H&R Block is when you first found out about this LLC. Is that right?
That is right.
And that you exchanged some words in patois with Andre.
Correct.
Now, after those words were exchanged, both of you went back to the house. I believe you said you arrived first, correct?
Yes, I arrived first in my Malibu, and then I think she came later in her Porsche.
Was it much later?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, so relatively shortly thereafter. Did she have a light with her?
Yes, she did.
Now, During that time frame, did you continue to argue with her about the LLC?
Now, it was a brief response, and then I shut it down. I didn't say anything more about it till we got home.
Did you text back and forth while you were at the house about the LLC?
Not at the house.
You called Andrew Russell that night. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling Andrew that night, but I spoke to him on the phone during the day.
Do you recall speaking to him for roughly 45 minutes?
Yes, at lunchtime.
At that time, were you saying you did not know about the LLC?
At that time, I did not know about that LLC.
And you would confide in Andrew about your issues with Andre, correct?
Not really.
Not really. How often would you talk to Andrew?
Every day.
But you would not discuss your personal life?
I would not discuss my personal life with my wife and kid.
So you wouldn't discuss that with anyone?
No.
So when you get back to the house, you told this jury earlier that the two of you argued about the LLC. And at some point you left to go to that Shell gas station that they saw the video of, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, during that argument, I assume it pertained strictly to the LLC, is that correct?
For the most part, it did, but I know I referenced something in the text that said three things. The Broadway Bank issue, what you did last year, and the LLC, the new stuff now.
So it all concerned the business, correct?
No, what happened last year was a reference to her getting a tattoo with her boyfriend in Jamaica.
It was the primary crux of your argument with the business.
Mostly, well, yes.
Now, you said that when you argued at the house, you left. Why did you leave?
To avoid any kind of confrontation.
Were things getting heated at that time?
Yes, they were.
And it was strictly a verbal argument at that time, correct?
Yes, it was.
You recall the testimony of Gilberto Gonzalez, the deputy of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office last week?
I remember the name.
The first deputy that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall telling him that Andreen pushed you and then you left?
I don't remember exactly what I told him, but I knew I told him we had an argument and I left. Now, as far as the details, I'm not 100% sure.
So you're not exactly sure what you told Deputy Gonzalez?
I'm not sure exactly what I told him, but I knew I told him about the argument and I left the house.
Now, when you go to the Shell station, we saw from the video produced by Mike Begley that there were some communications between you and Andre, text messages specifically, correct?
Correct, sir.
And the two of you continued to argue about the business, correct?
Correct.
Previously, you told the jury when you had an argument, I believe it was at Coral Grove, that you left for the night and went to a hotel and then returned the next day. Why didn't you do it that night?
So these were two different types of situations. When I said was, when I left the house at Coral Grove, I came back home. It is after I found out she had made a phone call to the police to falsely accuse me of an assault. That's why I left the house again to go to a hotel, because I was going to move out.
Well, previously you told this jury that you were pretty upset about this LLC, correct?
Yes, I was.
And that you were upset that Andre was arguing with you about the LLC, correct?
Correct.
It was making you more and more mad. Why didn't you leave at that time?
I did leave.
Why did you come back?
I came back home probably like close to midnight.
Now, your daughter is with Andre, correct?
She's at the house, correct?
So she's safe with your wife.
I don't assume Andreen would hurt my daughter, no.
So your daughter's in a safe place. You have means to go to a hotel. You elect not to. You elect just to kind of wait out several hours before you come back.
That's what I've done almost every single time, was leave the house and then go back home a few hours later.
Now you'll admit to me, you were pretty angry about this.
I was upset, but as far as like pretty angry, I wouldn't classify it as that at that point.
So you felt it was just fine to go back to the house?
Well,
How many hours did you wait?
probably like 3 or 4 hours.
So you still felt it was necessary to wait 3 or 4 hours as opposed to just go somewhere else?
It is a normal routine whenever we get into an argument for me to leave the house to avoid any type of physical confrontation or arguing in front of my daughter. I would normally leave the house, then I would go back home a few hours later because I would expect things to calm down. I only went and got my stuff and moved out for a hotel that one time because I found out she had falsely accused me of a crime, and so I was trying to get out of that situation. So I actually went back to move out of the house, not to just leave for the night, but move out of the house.
You'd agree with me, you could have gone to a hotel.
I would agree I could have gone to a hotel.
And you also own multiple other properties. You could have gone to one of those other properties as well.
No, because all those properties are being used for the assisted living, so there wasn't any place for me to go to any of those properties.
When you said that you go to a park and then at some point return to the house. Roughly what time did you return?
I'm thinking it was close to midnight because it was pretty late.
And you said that you came in the house through the front door and that the lights in the kitchen were on.
Yes, they had lights in the kitchen on.
Were any other lights on?
Yes, in the kitchen.
Just in the kitchen?
Correct.
So when you come in, you said that you see that Andreen is seated on the couch in the living room area, just outside your bedroom.
Correct. As I'm walking towards my room, I get close now in the living room area, because there's like a dining room area in the front when you come through the door, and then behind that on the left there's a kitchen, and then there's like a living room area with a couch and a TV, and there's like a center table. So it's when I get past the couch going around to the room, that's when I see her sitting down in the couch at that point.
Verbal argument continues at that point, correct?
So my intention at that point was not to have an argument.
My question is, did the verbal argument continue at that point?
Yes, there was a verbal argument at that point.
Now, the argument itself, does it move into the bedroom area?
Yes, when she follows me in the bedroom.
And you continue to argue about this creation of this LLC.
So when I got home, that argument did not have anything to do with the creation of the LLC. We are way beyond that now.
And you told this jury that some pretty choice words, some curses, some insults are exchanged by Andre to you at that point, correct?
Yes, I told them what she said.
And this argument continues into the bedroom, and you said at some point your heads collide. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did that happen?
So, like I said, when I walked into the bedroom and she follows me in there, cursing at me, when I turn around, she comes up into my face. So she's like right into my face. So when she spit in my face, she's right there, and I grabbed her face like this, and then that's when the head collided when I grabbed her face.
So the first time either one of you touched each other is when you grabbed her face and hit headbutt her.
Right, hold on. I'm sure it's not on or anything like that, but the juror have a clot in his ear, okay, right there. Make sure you put that up. I don't know if it's for phone calls or what it is. All right.
Is that the first time either one of you physically touches each other?
I would consider spit in the face touching, but
other than a spit, is that the first time that either one of you touches each other?
yes,
Did you grab her with both hands?
yes,
How did you grab her? Around the ears, the hair, where?
on the side of the face.
And you said that because she was close to you, are you saying that it was an accident that you headbutted her?
I didn't call her the headbutt. I just grabbed her face, but she's right there, so the grabbing motion caused the collision.
So when you grabbed her, that's when your heads came together.
Correct.
And when you said that happened, that it drew blood on her.
Yes, it drew blood on her face.
Where on her face?
It was like somewhere like here, because I'm a bit shorter than her.
So somewhere in her cheek area on the right side, I think is what you're indicating.
I don't remember exact side, but I know it's somewhere on the face.
Did you see any other blood or injuries that you caused when you did that?
No.
Did you have any injuries?
At that point, no.
You said that she went into the master bathroom to look at the injury, correct?
Correct.
You said that she turned the light on
Correct.
and she observed what you had done to her.
Correct.
You said that you followed her in, correct?
I turned around because the bathroom was right there to see the damage that was done to the face, because there was no lights on in the bedroom or the bathroom at that point when we first walked into the bedroom.
How much blood was coming down from her face?
I couldn't tell because it happened so fast, but I knew there was blood because I remember blood on her fingers when she touched her face.
So you said that she touched her face and got blood on her hand.
Yes.
You know how she got blood from the light switch?
I'm thinking when she turned the light on.
Did you see that?
Well, that's the only way the light would come on is if she touched the light to turn on the switch. I don't know if there's any other way to do that.
Did you see blood and hair on the light switch?
I wasn't looking at the light switch. I was looking more towards her, so I wasn't observing the switch. So I didn't see any blood on any switch at that point. I was just looking at her as she was looking in the mirror.
Now you're saying at this point, Andreen became angry.
Well, she was already angry when I was leaving the house. She got even more angry when I got home and mentioned the divorce. And as that escalated in the room, she's getting more angry. And then when she looks and sees her face, I mean, it goes up even another notch than that.
You said that when she saw her face, you said that she tried to strike you, tried to hit you?
Yes, because like I said, when I went through the door for the bedroom and the bathroom, I was standing close to the door, and she's by the other side. And then that's when she, came across the room to attack me back by the door.
How did she try to strike you?
Well, she was throwing some punches, and then I was like ducking down to try to avoid getting hit in the face, and then I grabbed onto her, and then I did like a tripping motion, like.
So the way she was trying to contact you was trying to hit you either with her fist or slap you, correct?
It wasn't a slap, it was a fist.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't a slap, it was a fist.
Did she actually make contact with you?
There was like contact in the back because, like I said, I was ducking down to avoid getting hit straight in the face, and then I grabbed onto her like a clothes or like a shoulder clothes, something in the upper area, and then I did a swing, like a takedown, but it tripped over the other foot too.
So she grazed you with her fist?
Like probably in the back area.
How many times?
I don't know, to be honest.
Did you grab her quickly after she did that?
Yes, that's what I said. I grabbed onto her as she was, wailing on me, and that's when she fell on the ground.
What was she wearing?
She was wearing a tights and I think like a green sweater or something. I think a greenish type sweater and the tights.
Do you remember?
That's what I think she was wearing. I don't remember exactly because it's 4 years now.
Did she have shoes on?
No, she didn't have any shoes. Did she? I don't remember, to be honest.
So where in her clothing did you grab her?
On the sweater up top.
Up top? Both hands?
Yes.
Is that when you threw her to the ground?
Yes, that's when I got her on the ground.
Where did you throw her on the ground? In the bedroom or in the bathroom?
We were in the bathroom. Like I said, the confrontation started in the bedroom, but when she went inside the bathroom and turned the switch on, that's when the rest of the confrontation happened, by the door.
How did she go down on the ground?
Like I said, when I twisted, I also used like one leg to trip her, to get her on the ground.
Did you fall on her face, her side, or her back?
I think more like on her side when she fell.
How far was she in the bathroom at this point?
We were right close to the bathroom door that splits the bedroom and the bathroom.
Is that when you started kicking her?
Yes, that's when I kicked her twice.
Where did you kick her?
I didn't see exactly where the kicks landed, to be honest.
And you think that you kicked her maybe only twice?
Yes.
You're not sure where. How hard did you kick her?
It's probably a hard kick.
Did you rear your foot back and use all your force?
Well, when I tripped her, I knew one foot was already back, so when it swung, and then I kicked her again.
What were you wearing on your feet?
The shoes that I was wearing when I came back from the gas station.
What type of shoes were those?
I don't remember exactly but it's the same shoes.
Were they tennis shoes? Were they dress shoes? Were they boots? What were you wearing?
They weren't boots, but I'm not sure exactly what kind of shoes they were. I remember it's 4 years, sir.
They weren't sandals, they were shoes, though?
Yes, I think they were shoes.
You're not sure where you kicked her?
No, I just threw a couple of kicks. I'm not like sure like where they physically landed at the time.
And at some point you noticed or heard that your daughter is hearing or seeing some of this.
I heard footsteps, and since there's only 3 of us in the house, the assumption is it's Elena.
Now, you have just thrown this woman down on the ground and kicked her at least twice. It's pretty loud, isn't it?
It was loud from the minute I got home because she was yelling pretty loud.
Is it loud at that moment?
At the moment when she's on the ground, probably not.
You said that she was making a noise. What type of noise was she making?
It was something like a wheezing type sound or something like that.
But through all of that commotion, throwing her down, kicking her making that wheezing noise, you can hear that your daughter is coming down the stairs.
No, I didn't hear her coming down the stairs. I said I heard steps, so I'm assuming she was probably around in the living area, close to the front, to the door of the bedroom.
Did she see you kicking your wife?
I do not know the answer to that question, sir.
Now, you said that you then went to get Elena and bring her upstairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you tell her
At that point,
at that point?
she asked me, I'm not sure what she said or if she said anything, but I remember putting her in bed. But I definitely remember the next morning when
What did you tell her at that point?
I don't remember that having a conversation at that point. I just remember, but I remember exactly what happened in the morning when I was getting her ready.
We'll get to that. Did she ask you why you were kicking your wife?
No, she did not.
Did she ask why mommy was down on the floor wheezing?
I think the last piece probably that sounded kind of familiar. Like now that you mentioned that, it does sound familiar. Like she had probably said something about She said, "Did mommy fail?" That's what she said. That's what she said.
What did you tell her?
I said yes.
That she fell.
Correct.
Now, you said that you were up there for about 20 or 30 minutes trying to get Elena back to sleep. Was Elena upset?
Not at that point.
It took a while to get her back to sleep, though, correct? I mean, this is after midnight, 20 to 30 minutes.
Correct.
You told her that mommy fell. Was Elena worried about mommy?
After I told her mommy fell, no.
Did she ask why she was wheezing?
No, she did not.
But it still took you 20 or 30 minutes to get her back down.
To sleep. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure the time, but it would seem like about 20, 30 minutes. I'm not sure.
Is that the last time Elena ever saw her mother alive?
I'm assuming that it's the last time.
Now, after spending this 20 or 30 minutes upstairs with Elena, you returned back to the bathroom, correct?
That is correct.
At that point, you said that your wife was dead. How did you know?
Like I said, when I came back into the bedroom and she was laying on the floor by the bathroom door, she wasn't moving. So instinctively, it's a chair. So I bent over to I moved her face, and I remember trying to put my ear next to her nose to see if there's some kind of breathing going on. And then I think I maybe checked for a pulse or something, but I definitely remember checking for the breathing through the nose.
You said that she was near those French doors that open to your bathroom.
That is correct.
Did you notice the blood on those doors at that time?
No, I did not.
Now, you said that when you went upstairs to take Elena up, you heard wheezing out of Andreen. Did you think to call EMS, somebody to try to help her at that time?
So at that point, I didn't think she was in some type of critical condition. I'm just thinking she probably got the wind knocked out of her from the kicks.
From simply just 2 kicks and being thrown to the ground. That's it, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you come back downstairs and you find out that she's dead. What time is it?
It was sometime after 12, probably soon after I got home.
So you're not exactly sure. Is that sometime after midnight?
Correct. I know when I got home, the whole altercation occurred in like a few minutes. So if I got home at 12 o'clock, it was probably over, like the fight probably 12:05, like for sure.
And so that's when you started to try to cover your tracks, correct?
At that point, no, I went outside. I know I went outside for a minute just thinking about the whole situation, but it was shortly after that, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes. I'm not sure exactly, but it was after that point
So when you
sometime.
went outside to collect yourself, were you trying to think, what do I do to cover this up?
No, I wasn't thinking about covering it up immediately. I'm thinking about, oh my God, what the hell just happened here? And I'm thinking about how messed up the whole situation is. Like, the first thought that I had was, oh my God, Andreen's dead. I'm probably going to get blamed for this. Elena's not going to have, basically any appearance. And then the second thought I had was, why the hell did this have to freaking happen to me? Because the whole freaking night I spent trying to avoid any kind of situation like this. I left the house purposely to avoid any kind of physical contact. I stayed out several hours trying to avoid any kind of physical contact. When I got home, I'm not expecting anybody to be up. Elena's supposed to be going to school in the morning, getting up at 5:30, and Andreen's supposed to be going to the gym at 5.
You're not going to object to narrative at this point. Now, during that whole time frame that you're thinking about this whole situation, did it ever occur to you to get help?
At that point, I wasn't thinking about getting help because there's no one to help.
You never thought, I need to call EMS, maybe they can revive her, nothing like that?
I never thought about calling anybody to revive a dead person, so I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're not a medical doctor, correct?
No, I do not have any medical background.
So you didn't know if there was any life-saving techniques that might have been used at that time?
No, I was not aware of any of that.
Now, at that point, is that when you go to the garage to get the trash bags for your wife?
I know at some point when I got back into the house, I was thinking I need to get her out of the house. And it's at that point I went into the garage and got the trash bags and then went inside the master bedroom and put her in the trash bags.
Now, are these just trash bags that you use in your kitchen?
No, these are trash bags these are the big black trash bags that you would get for trash, like you have leaves and stuff like that outdoors that you would put in those types of trash bags.
And how many bags do you get?
Just 2.
And you take these bags and you go back into the master bathroom and you put these bags around your wife?
Correct.
You said that you used something to tie around the bags, is that correct?
Yes, like a belt.
What?
A belt.
A belt? Whose belt?
I don't remember whose belt, but it was a belt.
Where did you get it? Where did you get the belt?
It was somewhere in one of the closets.
And you said that you then dragged her body to your Malibu, correct?
Correct.
Where was your Malibu parked?
At this time, it's parked in the driveway.
Why are you putting her in trash bags?
I mean, why not?
Are you trying to make sure that you don't get caught?
No, I'm thinking about getting her out of the house, so, I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Where in the Malibu do you put her?
In the trunk.
So you open the trunk and you toss her body into the trunk.
I wouldn't call it a toss because she's pretty heavy, so it's like I described the scene already, sir.
Now, you said that she's pretty heavy. Andreen worked out, correct?
Yes.
Often.
Correct.
She did CrossFit.
Yes, sir.
You were in pretty good shape back then as well, correct?
Yeah, I do training for the PT test. So I'll do push-ups and sit-ups and run a mile and a half.
Okay, so you would work out as well, correct?
Yes.
So you get her into the trunk and you go to Spec Road. Why Spec?
Like I said, I had gone there like the year before for a soccer match, so I kind of knew on that road there was like a feel like just like those types of feel that you saw. So I knew that's how the location looked just from going there the year before for a soccer match.
You know it was remote?
But I'm not thinking about remote because it's pretty close to my house. It's not that far.
You'd agree with me that the field where you dumped her body is like ranchland, correct?
It's like what?
Ranchland?
I don't know what ranchland is.
They're not houses on that property, correct?
Right, there's no houses on the property.
It's just a field with high grass and shrubbery, correct?
So at the time when I put it there was no field with high grass. It was in the wintertime, so there was no high grass.
So what Mr. Kobani testified to about the grass being that way in February is not accurate.
So the pictures I saw during Mr. Kobani's testimony was in July. When I went there March 1st, it looked nothing like that.
Then why did you decide to throw her body there?
Why? I just had to get her out of the house, and literally in between that location and where I live in my house, there's only houses in between that. There's no other like field anywhere in between my house and that location, so it's basically the first field.
So the closest field that you could think of.
Correct. At the time, that's just what came to my mind, so I just had to get her out of the house.
And you were hoping they wouldn't find her body there.
Well, at that location, at the time in March, it's not a concealed location. Like, if you're driving by that location in March or February, on Speck Road, it's just some barbed wire fence. It's not something you can hide somebody, like, permanently.
So what was your purpose of throwing her body there then?
My purpose at that point was simply to get her out of the house so that my 7-year-old daughter wouldn't see her mother laying on the floor dead in the house when she woke up.
You did a search of Vulcan on your phone, your
Correct.
second cell phone. Is that a company that's down the street from Speck Road?
Yes, it is.
Near the soccer fields?
Yes, it is.
Why did you search Vulcan?
So back in July, as I was looking at the location on the map, I noticed the company was called Vulcan. So I just, out of curiosity, Googled like what the company was.
Now earlier, when you left your house with your wife's body in your trunk and trash bags, why did you leave your phone at the house?
I didn't have my phone on me. I was just thinking about moving her out of the house. So, like, I don't know, why would I be going down the street and take my phone with me?
You had your phone on you earlier today at various places you traveled.
Yes, when I left the house, I had the phone on me, but at this point, I'm just trying to get the body out of the house. Like, I'm not thinking, like, why would I go get my phone while I'm trying to drag somebody out of the house? Like, why would I go back in to get my phone? That doesn't make any sense.
Were you trying to make sure that you wouldn't be tracked to that location through your cell phone?
No, I'm not thinking about not being tracked at that point. I'm just thinking about getting her out of the house.
Now, you're in cybersecurity, correct?
That is correct.
So you know how those things can be tracked, correct?
That is correct.
So you're saying that didn't even enter your mind?
At that point, I'm just thinking about getting her out of the house.
To try to dispose of her body somewhere?
Well, not dispose of the body, because I didn't do anything to the body at that point.
You did move the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you take the body out to Speck Road, 680 Speck Road, how did you get her through that barbed wire fence?
It was quite a hassle, but like I said before, the barbed wire isn't that sturdy. But I either like forced her through on the bottom, or like got her on like the bottom and like rolled her over the bottom one. I can't remember exactly, but it's definitely either one of the two techniques.
Okay, and I think on direct examination you said that you can't remember small details like that after close to 4 years, correct?
Correct, but it just made common sense. Like, how else would I get it through the fence? It's either going to be in this in the area underneath or Beverly directly above the first one.
Details like the disposal of your wife.
Sir, it's 4 years, sir. But like I said, it's definitely one of the two situations.
You take her out to that field, and you mentioned that there were cow skeletal bones in that area, correct?
Correct. When I drove her across like the field, like where I actually stopped, at that point when I stopped, because I'm pulling her this way, so I can't really see what's behind me because I'm pulling her and kind of struggling backwards. But I know exactly where I stopped. I noticed at that point that there was some kind of like skeletal remains of a cow or something.
So when you came across those bones, that's where you stopped, correct?
Correct.
And you put her body down, and you put those cow bones on top of her.
At that point, I did not put any bones on top of her.
Did you not move the cow bones at that time?
The next night I moved the cow bones, but not that time I did not.
Now you said that at that point you made the decision to strip her body of her clothing, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you think that she was wearing a sweater and then also some type of tights, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what else she was wearing?
I'm thinking at that time probably like some panties as well.
And you said that you took that clothing off and you put those into bags and you had dragged her body out to the field, correct?
Say it again, sir. I didn't hear you.
Where did you put her clothes after you stripped her naked?
Back in the bags that I had used to transport her.
And you took both of those bags, correct?
Correct.
Why did you take her clothes off?
Honestly, at that time, I don't even have any idea why I did that.
You don't know why you stripped your wife naked and left her in the field.
That was a very stressful situation I was in. So a lot of the things I did that night, I guarantee you, they don't make any sense.
Did you want to dispose of those clothes?
When I got back home, obviously I had to get rid of the clothes.
Is that what you were thinking out in the field, that you wanted to dispose of those clothes?
No, but when I got home, that was definitely what I was thinking.
So you just stripped her naked and left her body there, but you're not sure why?
I'm not sure why I burned the clothes in the bucket either, sir, to be honest.
Take a letter with you out to the field.
Hell no, I did not.
So you left your daughter alone at the house.
I had a tough choice to make, so it's either get my wife out of the house so my autistic kid doesn't see her mother dead, or leave her at the house. And I chose what I thought would be the better option. Like, why would I want to take my daughter to move her dead mother? That doesn't make any sense in this world.
After taking the clothes off of Andreen, putting those inside the bag, where did you go next?
I went home.
Why did you, when you left when you came back to the neighborhood, why did you use the gate code as opposed to your clicker?
If you notice, when I traveled throughout that night, and even when I came home, I used the clicker most of the times. Not the clicker, but the number 1976 most of the times.
Why did you do that? Why did you use the gate code as opposed to the clicker?
Because that's what I use most of the times.
Now, this jury saw earlier that clicker was in the Malibu, the same vehicle that you had that evening. Was the purpose of using the gate code so it would be harder for you to find who did this?
Mr. Spear, most of the times that I go through that gate, I use 1976 gate code.
Even when you have the clicker in your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get back to the house?
It was pretty late, probably 3 o'clock or 2:30. I'm not sure, but it was pretty late.
Were you out at that field for a while?
No, I wasn't at that field. I don't know how many times, but like I said, it's the part next to the fence, push her through the gate to the fence, and struggle across, and then take the clothes off and leave. So I'm not sure how long that would take.
When I asked you about if you brought Elena out to the field with you, you said that you left her at home.
Correct.
That was the only decision you you had to make. You had a tough decision to make about what to do, correct?
Correct. She was asleep, so why would I wake my daughter up to take me to the day? That doesn't make any sense.
And never during any of this time did you think to call 911?
At that point, no.
Now, the jury saw and you stated that you sent a text saying, "Hey, where are you? Elena is in her room and you're not here." That text at 1:50 and 19 seconds in the a.m. early Saturday morning.
Correct.
Did you send that text when you got back to the house?
No, I think I sent that text before I left the house.
So you left the house before, you sent that text first before you took your wife's body out to that field.
I'm not 100% sure of the sequence, but I don't know if I left and came back and then sent the text. I'm not 100% sure of the sequence, sir.
Then you also sent a text not quite 2 minutes after that stating, "And for your info, this has nothing to do with anyone but us. You shouldn't have opened the LLC without me." That's at 1:52 a.m. Andreen's dead at this point, correct?
That is correct, sir.
The purpose of these texts, are you trying to cover your tracks?
So at that point, like I said, once I got rid of her out of the house and I came back, and I'm thinking about like the situation now, like literally in the morning she's supposed to go to work. At some point somebody's gonna want to know, and it's at that point like I'm thinking, I'm panicking, but at the same time I'm thinking about the whole situation. You know, the mom is dead. I'm probably gonna get blamed. My 7-year-old daughter doesn't have both parents, and it's at that point, like I said, I start thinking about, okay, I'll just get her out of the house and then I'll just pretend I don't know where she is.
So at that point, you're hoping nobody finds the body.
I'm not thinking nobody finds the body. I'm thinking nobody believes anything happened to her at my hands.
Now, you called Cindy and Johnson, she's your sister-in-law, on Friday, not last week, but the week before, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you spoke to Cindy and also your mother-in-law, Hyacinth Smith, who goes by Marie, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you even called Marie Mommy, is that right?
That is correct.
Kind of a term of endearment, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that you wanted to tell them the truth, what happened, before they heard it in court, correct?
So I actually wanted to tell Maureen the truth. Yes.
Correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
But you wanted to talk to Maureen specifically, correct?
Correct.
That was the purpose of who you were trying to reach.
Right.
Now, you obviously were here when Marie and Cindy testified after that conversation. I believe it was 41 minutes in length, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you saying that they're lying about what they told this jury?
I said the framework of what they were saying is somewhat true, but a lot of some of the key details obviously is incorrect.
Are you saying that they're trying to be deceptive and leaving out aspects as to what you told them?
I'm not saying they're trying to be deceptive, sir, but during the conversation, Cindy was crying a lot. And Maureen started crying, I'm crying. So it's not like a normal conversation that we were having. So during the course of the crying, it is understandable that some of the details under that kind of circumstance probably got misconstrued or something.
So you recall them testifying that Andreen could not fight you because you were too strong.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous for me to say that. I said Andreen won't fight me. I didn't say Andreen can't fight me.
So you're saying that both Cindy and Maureen, when they testified to this in court last week on Monday, they were lying about that?
I'm not saying they were lying. Like I said, during the course of the conversation, there's a whole lot of crying going on the phone. That's just the honest truth. A simple phrase or phonics like "wah" or "kya" sound pretty much the same in a certain type of scenario. If you're crying and you hear "wah" or "kya," they kind of sound the same. That's why I said I don't consider what they're saying to be lying. I just said during that conversation with Cindy crying and then me start crying and then Maureen start crying, it is understandable that simple, like a phonics, to say "wah" or "kya," sounds pretty much close, but that's kind of ridiculous for me to say she can't fight me when, I mean, you've seen Andreen.
You're strong as well, sir, correct?
I'm relatively strong for my size, yes.
Now, so you're saying that they may have misconstrued and left out that huge critical detail when they testified?
Like I said, during the course of that conversation, there's a lot of crying, so it's easily understood how that could be misconstrued, but anybody can see us side by side. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous for me to say that she can't fight me.
Now, you heard both Cindy and Maureen testify that what you told them is that Andre never laid a hand on you. At most, she spat on you.
I said the way the conflict started when I got into the room is when she spit in my face. That is the first contact, but you don't describe it as a physical contact. But where we're from in Jamaica, that is absolutely a physical contact to start a fight.
Now, listen to my question.
Sir,
When Cindy and Maureen testified, they said at most, Andre spat on your face, that she never physically touched you. Do you recall them testifying as to that?
I don't recall them saying that. I know they said like there was something in the room and you asked like what happened and I think they said something like they thought it was like a spit in the face and then there was something happened and they didn't know how the blood got on the switch. That's what I remember from their testimony, but you can pull it up and read it back to me.
Okay, but you don't recall them saying that she never laid a hand on you?
I think you're referring to in the bedroom. No, she did not.
But you recall them never saying, from their rendition, what you told them, that she laid a hand on you. Do you recall that? Yes or no?
I don't recall that.
Also, do you recall both of them stating that you stomped on Andre repeatedly?
I remember Maureen said there was a kick, and I remember Cindy referred to a stomp.
So you're saying that you simply just kicked her twice?
I kicked her twice.
Did you ever use the word stomp?
No, I did not.
Do you recall telling people that you always wanted to lift at least 100 pounds more than Andre?
No, I don't recall telling anyone that.
Do you also recall telling Cindy and Marie that Elena saw you stomping on Andre?
I absolutely did not tell them that.
So they're incorrect in that.
If they said I said Elena saw me stomping, that is an absolute lie. But I never told a single soul in this world that Elena saw me stomping anyone.
So you're saying your mother-in-law is lying about that?
I don't recall her saying that, but if that's what she said about me saying that, that is an absolute lie.
The next morning at 7:09, you send a text to Andreen saying, "Me feed the dogs." She's dead at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
She's been dead for several hours at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the purpose of sending that text?
The same as the one in the night before where I said, "Where you at?" It's just a normal routine at that point.
A routine of trying to cover your tracks?
At that point, I would say it's a routine of that, correct?
Now, you said that you see Elena off onto the school bus that morning, correct?
That is correct.
And she takes the bus to school, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is a Friday, March the 1st, so she would have school that day at Speck Elementary.
Yes, sir.
When you got her ready that morning, did she ask you, "What did you do to Mommy?"
She asked me, "Where is Mommy at?" That is the exact words. I remember it for years for sure because my daughter said it. She said, "Where is Mommy?"
And you lied to her, correct?
At that point, I did. I said she's at the gym.
Had you cleaned the bathroom at that point?
There was some blood saliva that came out of her mouth on the floor, and I think I took like a paper towel or something, or I'm not sure. Hold up. I think I used like a sponge or something. I'm not sure, but I know I cleaned that up off the floor.
So you cleaned the floor. Did you use like a cleaning solvent, bleach, anything of that sort?
Yes, I threw some bleach at that spot.
And you think you might have used a sponge, but you're not sure what?
It's either a paper towel or a sponge.
What did you do with that stuff? The paper towel or sponge or whatever you used?
They were thrown in the same bag that I got threw away the next morning.
Now, you said that you burned her clothing as well as, I believe, your clothing, correct?
I'm sure I burned her clothing, but it could be both, but I'm not sure.
Where did you burn it?
Like I said, in the backyard, in the bucket.
You said that you just put the clothing in a bucket and set it on fire.
In a plastic bucket, I lit the clothes inside the plastic bucket
How did you light it?
with a lighter.
Where did you get the lighter from?
I had a lighter inside the house.
Did you use any accelerant on the clothing? Did you pour anything on it?
No, I did not.
You simply just set it on fire using the lighter, pressing it to the clothes.
Yes, if you light clothes, it just normally lights without any kind of like chemical.
Why?
At that point, when I got back in the house,
Why are you setting this stuff on fire?
like I said, sir, at that point, I made a conscious decision. Like, I need to get her out of the house, and I'm just going to pretend like she left.
She's already out of the house. Why are you burning her clothes?
At that point, like I said, it's just part of what the idea came as I came back to the house. A lot of stuff I did didn't make any sense, like burning clothes in like a plastic bucket doesn't make any sense. But at that point, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm afraid, I'm concerned about myself, I'm concerned about my daughter's life, I'm concerned about a lot of people's life because a lot of people also depend on us at the same time. So
You're trying to cover things up.
at that point, that is correct.
Now, you said you burned her clothes. You're not sure if you burned your clothes at that time. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
What did you do with your clothes that you wore when you went out there to dispose of your wife's body?
I think I probably threw them in the bag.
That same trash bag that you had her in?
Correct.
Where did you put that trash bag?
When I was driving back to work, I noticed there was a construction site, some type of construction close by the road, and I pulled over and threw it in the big old like container that they had, like the trash container.
Like one of those large bins?
Yes.
Did you throw away both bags and any clothing that you might not have burned?
Well, at that point, it would have been just the pair of clothes, if that's what it was.
You said you also disposed of her phone as well, correct?
Right, when I was walking out, I broke the phone and threw it in the bag as well.
Yeah, you said when you were walking out, you broke it and then threw it into the
The
trash.
trash bag, correct.
Is that when you got back to the house after you disposed of the body?
That was in the morning as I was driving to work.
So you smashed the phone on the way to work.
That's what I believe I did.
How did you smash it?
I hit it somewhere like on the wall or something. I'm not sure, but
A wall in your car?
no, like I think it's by the gate or something. But I know I hit it somewhere and smashed it.
So and you said that you got to work, I think, around 8 o'clock. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're smashing this phone around 7.
Around like 7:20 or so, or 7:15. I'm not sure.
You're aware that her phone went dead at 12:02 a.m., correct?
That's probably just the phone like running out of battery. But as far as like me smashing the phone, that didn't happen till in the morning.
Do you think it just ran out of battery?
I mean, at that point, why not? I mean, I'm thinking at that point, Andrew probably had more things to concern with.
Now, your wife, of course, she ran these home healthcare businesses, right?
Correct.
She had to be reached at all hours of the night, correct?
For the most part.
She would keep her phone charged because she needed to have it on for those purposes, correct?
For the most part.
But you're saying it just went dead at 12:02 conveniently after you murdered her.
Sir, I did not murder Andreen. I did everything that night to avoid any kind of physical altercation. I left the house, stayed away for hours, did not return until a time that everybody, including my daughter, would be asleep.
So you smash this phone and throw it into a garbage bin at a construction site. Why?
Because it just wouldn't make any sense under a normal circumstance for somebody to believe that Andreen would have just left the house without her phone.
So you had to dispose of it.
That's why I threw away the phone, correct?
So you go to work, and you mentioned that when you're in the skiff, you do not have access to your phone, correct?
That is correct.
So it's not until after you get out of the skiff, sometime in the 11 o'clock hour, I believe you stated, would be the first time you had even had access to your phone.
That would be correct.
You said that you received several missed phone calls from people that know and love Andreen. Judy Lorenzana, Maureen Smith, and a Carol Ann Gamble.
No, I said I missed several phone calls from Carolyn Ganbar.
And you saw from the Mike Begley video that you had several missed phone calls from Judy, from Maureen, and from Carol. Do you dispute that?
I remember noticing that I had missed phone calls from Carolyn Ganbar. That's why she's the person I called on the phone.
So when you speak to Carol and she asks you, she expresses her concern and asks you where Andreen is, you lie to her, correct?
That is correct.
You tell her, oh, maybe she's at work, correct?
No, I said maybe she's at the house. I'll go home and check.
And when Carol tells you that's not true, we've been at your house, that's when you decide, I need to go back to the house, correct?
That is not true. Carol never told me on the phone that she had been inside my house.
So when Carol testified to that last week, she's lying.
That is a lie.
So you get back to the house. When you get back to the house, you're the first one there. Do you do more cleaning?
No, I did not.
So you change your clothes, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you don't clean anything from the area.
No, I didn't clean anything else from the area.
So you just strictly came back to change. You said you were going to look for her. You remember Carol saying that you were going to look at area hospitals.
I said I was going to the hospital close by the house.
Why didn't you go straight to the hospitals then?
Why didn't I do the
Why
work?
didn't you go straight to the hospitals as opposed to going home?
I went from work to my house. When I got to my house, changed my clothes, shortly after that, Maureen and Carol came through the front door. As I was going, I think I was coming out of the bedroom. At that point, as I was walking by them, they're like, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm going to the hospital." It's at that point I went to the hospital. I didn't leave work to go to a hospital. I went to go home to basically go home. It's when they came into the house. I was just trying to get out of the house at that point to avoid him. But since they asked and I said I'm going to the hospital, I just went to the hospital.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
You're overruled. That's the next question.
Next, when the ladies came to the house and asked you about where your wife was, you left quickly, correct?
I walked out of the house.
You didn't stop to talk to them, right?
No, I did not.
Now, when you went outside and Elizabeth Cancel was calling 911, do you remember looking at her?
When I was at the house leaving, the only 4 people I actually saw, I did not even know Elizabeth was there. I saw Judy Lozano, Tommy, Maureen, and Carol, because those are the people that came into the house. When I walked through the front door, my head was looking down in the ground. I never even knew Elizabeth was there.
Do you remember them testifying that you ran to your car when she was on 911?
I didn't run to the car, I walked to the car.
So Elizabeth's lying about that.
I did not run to the car, so I just said I walked to the car.
Now, you went to this Baptist hospital off of Overlook.
Correct.
You know your wife is dead in the field, correct?
That is correct.
So is this just yet another attempt to try to cover your tracks?
There's nothing to cover because obviously if she's not at the hospital, there will be no information at the hospital to cover anything. That's just me getting out of the house.
You're the only person who knows where she is at this point, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew she's not going to be at the hospital.
That is correct.
So is this just a ploy to try to cover your tracks?
That it was not a ploy to cover the tracks because there is no way to go to a hospital that somebody is not at. I don't know how that would cover anything.
How close is this hospital to your house?
Probably like 5-10 minutes.
Why did you leave your phone at the house?
Sir, when I was coming out of the bedroom, there's these 4 women coming into the house, okay? At that point, I'm just trying to avoid these 4 ladies.
Why are you trying to avoid them?
I'm trying to avoid them because it was just a sad situation. Like, I mean, it was just a sad situation. I was just trying to basically avoid them. That's the honest truth.
You said it's only about 5 or 10 minutes away from this hospital. You were gone for a while. Where did you go?
I said I was gone probably 15 minutes or so, but when I left the hospital, I had pulled over and I was just there like, sitting because here it is. These women are back at the house. I'm going back home. And this is a whole messed up situation. Like, like honestly, like man, I just wish none of this would just happen. Like if I could go back in time, I'd probably just gone to Houston. But it is what it is. I probably should have called the cops at the time, but I did not, and I'm definitely sorry about that. I wish I could go back in time and go to Houston.
So you just pulled over and you're just kind of thinking about what you need to do next after the hospital. Is that
I'm not
right?
thinking about what I need to do next. I'm just thinking about the whole situation.
Did you go to Speck Road?
No, I did not go to Speck Road.
Did you go to check and see if her body was still there?
No, I'm not thinking about going to check on the body. Why would I do that?
Now, when you come back to the house, you speak to Deputy Gonzalez, correct?
That is correct.
And you told Deputy Gonzalez that Andre pushed you, correct?
I don't recall saying that she pushed me. I think I'm pretty certain I said we had a fight, and then I left the house.
So you don't recall Deputy Gonzalez saying that you had an argument, she pushed you, and you left the house, and when you came back, you couldn't see her, you couldn't find her, and you figured that she was upstairs.
I do not recall saying she pushed me, because when I left the house the first time, I'm absolutely certain there was no physical contact. So that's what he wrote down, that's what he wrote down, but I'm absolutely certain there was no physical contact when I left that house the first time. So I'm pretty sure I didn't tell him. I'm pretty sure I said we had like a verbal fight.
So Deputy Gonzalez is lying as well.
I don't recall him saying that, but if he said that, that is not true.
Now, at this point, your house is searched. We find that Andreen's blood is on that light switch. Andreen's blood is on the French doors in two separate places. They're at your house for a while, correct?
That is correct.
And they don't leave until sometime after midnight. Now this is pulling into March 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And they take two of the vehicles from the house, the Traverse and the Malibu, right?
That is correct.
They leave two cars, the Jaguar and the Porsche.
That is correct.
Was the Porsche still in the garage?
Yes, it was, sir.
The Porsche is the car that Andreen usually would use, correct?
Correct.
And the Jaguar was more your vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And the Malibu was your day-to-day vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the Traverse, the vehicle used for the company.
Basically, like grocery shopping and stuff like that.
Now, how long did you wait before leaving, before the police left, before you went back out again?
It was probably soon after that. It wasn't a long time.
So at this point, you used the Porsche Macan, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated that you left and that you had forgotten that, you might need a flashlight, so you came back into the complex, correct?
That is correct.
Now, this time you used the clicker instead of the gate code, right?
When I was driving Andreen's car, I used the clicker.
Now, earlier you stated that you would always enter the gate code in your Malibu even though you had a clicker. Why do you do this on the Porsche?
So Andreen always uses the clicker, so the clicker is like right above on the visor, above the front windshield, okay? When I drive my Malibu, most times I don't even have the clicker in the car, because most of the times I only have one clicker, but I drive two cars. So a lot of the times when I drive like the Jag, I leave the clicker inside the Jaguar. So it's not a situation where most of the times I'm driving the Malibu and the clicker is in there. So I just got accustomed to not using the clicker most of the times when I'm driving the Malibu.
But the clicker was in the Malibu, the one that was seized by the police.
That is correct.
You're aware of that?
That is correct.
So you stated that shortly after the police leave, you go out again, this time in the Porsche Macan, to Speck Road.
That is correct.
Now, Elena is with Marine at Coral Road, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So she's safe with her grandmother.
That is true.
What was your purpose in going out to Speck at that time?
So at that time, like I said before, throughout the day, as the day goes by, my mood is basically shifting from pretty much, why this happened sort of deal, feeling sorry for myself, feeling sorry for my family, feeling sorry for everybody else, to one of anger, because a lot of things I had known pieces of, But when you're sitting down for 12 hours in one spot, that is a lot of time to think about stuff. Okay? And by the time the cops left, I was angry.
And you wanted to set her body on fire.
I went there with the gas and the hammer, so it had to be.
So you wanted to go and desecrate the corpse with a hammer.
I don't know if you can desecrate a corpse with a hammer, sir, but you can hit it a few times real hard.
Now, you stated that your plan then was to just hit this body, the wife of your child, with a hammer. That was part of your plan.
My plan was to hit the person that basically, in my opinion, caused this whole circumstance. And I was pretty upset with that person at that time.
You thought it was her fault, right?
It's absolutely her fault.
So you get this hammer and you get gasoline. Where did you get the gasoline?
Like I said before, I used to cut my grass. I didn't always have Eddie come to the house. That was just leftover gas from when I used to do the handyman job.
Where was the gas in the house?
I'm thinking it was by the shed around the back.
Do you recall, or you're just thinking that?
I believe that's where it was.
That's where you think it was?
That's what I think it was.
What type of container?
It wasn't like a plastic container, because it set fire when I lit when I was throwing it out on the body, and I lit the fire. The fire kind of like went and burned. And burned the plastic.
It's not full. It's not full. The container.
No, it's just leftover gas from when I used to cut my own grass. I don't cut my own grass anymore.
I'm saying it's not a full tank. Is what I'm saying.
No, it's just a small container for putting gas into like a lawnmower. So it's not a lot of gas, it's just for a lawnmower.
Did you even have a lawnmower at the residence?
No, I didn't have a lawnmower at the residence anymore.
So you get this container with some gasoline still in it and a hammer. What else do you take out there?
Like I said, when I left the house, it was pretty dark and I think it was pretty foggy at the time. So I circled back to get the flashlight.
So
And
that's
then,
why the gate code shows the multiple accesses.
yes,
So you forget the flashlight, you come back and get the flashlight, and then you go out again, correct?
correct.
You go to Spec Road and you locate where you dumped her body. She's still naked?
I'm pretty sure she was.
You were there, sir. Was she still naked?
Yes, sir, she was.
What did you do with the gasoline?
I poured it on her and then I used the lighter and set it on fire.
Where on her body?
It was on top of her body.
Where on her body?
It was all over. Just throw the gas all over and then lit it.
How did you light it?
I used the lighter with a piece of paper and then threw it on her.
Where was this lighter from?
So I normally have grills at the house. So there's one in the garage and there's also another grill down by the fireplace that I use to barbecue.
Is it one of those stick lighters with a long handle? Or
Yes.
what were you wearing when you went out there?
When I was going out there, I remember I had, because it was pretty cold because it's winter, I knew I had on I don't remember the exact clothing underneath, but on top of it, I had on that black jeans and the black sweater that you displayed. And
Why were you wearing all black?
because it was night and I was obviously going there in the dark.
Or were you trying to make sure nobody could see you?
At that point, yes.
So now you have a hammer, a flashlight, some gasoline, and this lighter. You said that, did you light a piece of paper and throw it on to your wife's body?
Correct.
How long did she burn?
Maybe like a minute or two. It wasn't that long.
Now, you saw when Dr. Molina testified, some of those bones from the cow that had been scorched and burned.
Right.
Did you put those bones on top of your wife's body when you set her on fire?
When I was leaving, I threw those bones on top of her. As far as how those bones got in that condition, I have no idea how the bones.
Was she still burning when you threw those bones on her?
No, she was not. Like I said, the fire went out in maybe like a minute or two. It wasn't a lot of gas. It wasn't a lot of fire.
So you're not sure how those cow bones got scorched that way?
Like I said, I can only attest to what I did out there. How the bones out on that field came to have fire on it, I do not know who put the bones there. I have no idea what they did with the bones out there. All I knew is there's these bones, and as I was leaving, I put the bones on top of her.
Why are you putting bones on top of her?
At that point, it was just to cover her body.
You said you also struck her with a hammer.
That is correct.
Where?
I hit her in the face, the neck. The last blow I threw, I don't know where that landed because I was leaving and I just like hit her again as I was walking away.
Did you do this before or after you set her on fire?
This is after the fire.
You said you struck her in the face with a hammer.
Right.
Where?
So the blows that I was throwing at the face, I think it's like in the lower part of the face, and then in the neck, I remember the neck part for sure. I know I hit her in the face and the neck because when I hit her in the neck, that was with the claw, and the claw got stuck in her neck. So as I was ripping the hammer out of the neck.
Did it get embedded in the front or in the back? The claw.
So the claw probably caught her like, I'm thinking like this, like she's like laying on the side. So the claw like would hit her and then like rip.
So you think the claw in the back of the neck is what you're saying?
I'm absolutely sure. I don't remember exact like the way she's turned 4 years later, but I'm absolutely certain that I hit her in the jaw, I hit her in the neck with the hammer, and as I was leaving, I hit her one more time. How many times I hit her in the neck or in the jaw, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know those three things are facts.
Why that last blow?
As I was walking away,
Yes.
I guess I was still angry when I was walking away.
Like you say, you're not sure where?
No, but it was on the body at that point.
Just somewhere on her body, but you're not sure where.
I'm not sure where, correct.
And you took that hammer back with you?
Yes, I went back to my house. I took the top layer, the clothes I had on, the black sweater and the black jeans, and I threw the hammer, the flashlight, and the clothes and the shoes into the trash.
Now, you saw your commander, Stephen Chetlack, testify here about your hands having injuries, Band-Aids on.
Right.
You also saw the video at Lowe's when you purchased a 9mm where you had bandages or Band-Aids on your fingers when you're trying to wrap the slide.
Correct.
Is that when you cut your hands?
So, the first time when I jumped over the fence, I had jumped over the fence. Like I described before, there's the barbed wire and then there's like some metal poles. But there was like a gate area when I was jumping back over that, I'll call that Saturday morning, I suppose. This is the second, early in the morning, when I hit her with a hammer. So there's like a tree, like a bushing thing, like right next to the gate. But it's so dark, I ended up jumping over that part. And as I was going through, it seemed to have like some thorns or something in it. So that's what scratched my hands up when I was, going over through that piece.
So when you told Lieutenant Colonel Chetlack that you cut your hands doing something with a rose bush, you lied to him.
I said I cut my hands with a rose bush, but I did cut my hands with some type of bush.
So you were just trying to deceive him as to that.
At that point, he just asked me and I said, I can cut it with this rose bush, but that's true.
It was a rose bush out of the spec room?
It was a bush out there, I don't know what it was.
You stated that you didn't trust the police about telling them what you did. Did you trust Colonel Chetlack?
No, I didn't have that kind of relationship with Colonel Chetlack as he would be somebody that I would confide in. No, I do not.
Now you had that opportunity to tell that to Colonel Chetlack about what happened, correct?
Yes, but he would definitely not be the person that I would tell.
Now, you had a closer relationship with Major Hernandez, correct?
That is correct.
You had an opportunity to tell Major Hernandez what had happened.
Major Hernandez came to my house with Colonel Chetlack. He didn't come by himself.
that you could have told Major Hernandez and you chose not to.
In theory, that is correct.
Now, prior to the Major and Lieutenant Colonel's visit, you went out that morning after returning from Speck Road, correct?
Prior to the visit, yes. I said I went to the bank and then I went to Lowe's, so yes.
You went to Lowe's and you purchased several items: a hatchet, a wood splitter, an axe, contractor trash bags, cleanup gloves, and a shovel, as well as 2 5-gallon gas containers that you later filled with gasoline.
That is correct.
Why did you purchase those items?
That Saturday morning, when I got up, my intention was, as you described, I got up that morning with the intention of chopping the body up and setting it on fire and then burying the bones.
You didn't have enough fuel the night before, correct?
Hmm?
You didn't have enough fuel the night before, correct?
The night before, I didn't have plans on getting rid of a body. I was just angry at the body. The morning, I was trying to get rid of the body.
You had set the body on fire, though, remember? On March 2nd, those early morning hours?
That's what I said.
And you didn't have enough fuel, so you needed to get more.
Like I said, when I went to the field, I just wanted to, I was angry at the body. I was not thinking about getting rid of a body because no one can get rid of a body with a hammer. That doesn't make any sense. But when I got up, well, I didn't really go to bed and sleep, but in the morning, on Saturday morning, when I went to Lowe's, that is my intention. At that point, I had made a decision. I was going to go and do what you saw with the axe. That's why I got the axe.
So let me ask you this then. When you first set her on fire on early morning hours of March 2nd, were you just trying to desecrate the body, or were you trying to burn her body and dispose of it?
At that point, I was just mad at the person that I believe had caused this whole situation and destroyed all of our lives. There's a whole bunch of people's lives that got destroyed. Mine, my daughter, Andreen's, a whole lot of people.
So after, you never got a chance to chop up that body and set her on fire again, correct?
When I first moved Andreen out to the field, I had plenty of chance to chop her body up.
You did not get the opportunity to use the items that you purchased at Lowe's to chop up her body, correct?
Did I not get the opportunity? I changed my mind about doing that by the time midday came around.
Now you heard the police seize those items from your house on March 2nd, correct?
They seized the items from my house sometime later that after, like in the evening part.
You purchased those items late morning on Saturday, March 2nd, correct?
I purchased them around 10 or so, or 9:30, I'm not sure.
That's what the receipt says, correct?
Whatever the receipt says, that's what it got purchased.
And after you came back home, had your conversation with Chetlet and Hernandez, then you left to go purchase a firearm, correct?
That is not the sequence of what happened.
And when you left to go purchase that firearm is when the sheriff's office came to your house and seized those items that you bought at Lowe's, correct?
I do not know when they seized the items.
Now, you had backed out using the Porsche, your wife's vehicle, damaged the garage door, correct?
Yes, as I was backing out with the Porsche, it struck the garage door.
And you recall making that conversation to Lieutenant Colonel Chatlat, I believe it was around 12:56 p.m. early afternoon on March 2nd, 2019.
That is correct.
And then after that, you left in the Jaguar to go purchase the firearm at Naples.
Correct.
And during that time period, the sheriff's office came to your house sometime later that afternoon and seized those items that you purchased at Lowe's, correct?
That's what I learned from the testimony, correct?
Now, when you went to Lowe's, was your intent to buy a handgun?
When I went to Lowe's at that point, when I went to Lowe's...
I'm sorry, I misspoke. To Nagel's, the gun store.
So when I left the house to go to Nagel's, at that point, with all the situation with folks accusing me and stuff, my point was to get a firearm for protection, correct?
So you went to get a firearm for protection?
That is correct.
Now, you also heard that the police found that hammer, a working flashlight, and those black clothes, and a trash bag, and a trash bin inside of your garage, correct?
Yes, from the testimony, they found it that Saturday morning. Well, the Saturday afternoon, I should say, Saturday evening.
That black hoodie, the one that I believe says a Victoria's Sport,
Right.
that's a woman's hoodie, correct?
Correct.
Is that the hoodie that you were wearing?
That is correct.
And you threw away all of those items because you were trying to dispose of them, correct?
Correct.
Now, later on March 3rd, 2019, you were arrested for tampering with evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Now, during that pendency, all the way until mid-July, you're aware that hundreds, if not thousands, of people were searching for your life, correct?
I had become aware at some point that there was people outside. I was inside the jail, at some point I became aware that people had been searching outside.
Now, at some point you made bond, though, correct?
In April, yes.
And you were aware that people were looking for Andreen.
So when
Were you aware that people were looking for Andreen?
I was aware that there was a big search going on throughout March when I was incarcerated. And I also remember Ferry Salazar in March calling off the search.
You were aware that citizen groups and volunteers continued to search for Andreen during that time?
At that point, no, I was not aware that people were still continuing, but I do remember during March there was some searches going on.
Sir, you've answered my question. Were you also aware that Maureen, your mother-in-law, and your daughter were trying to find out what happened to their daughter, their mother?
So when I came home,
Were you aware
I was not aware of any of that.
that they were holding out hope that she might still be alive?
I was not aware of any of that. I had no contact with Elena, so no, I was not aware of any of that.
At that point, you're the only one who knows that she's dead, correct?
Yes.
And as these people spend thousands of hours searching, your daughter and your mother-in-law are trying to find out what happened to her, you don't think to tell them?
No, I did not think to tell them.
Do you make any efforts to try to find her body?
That doesn't make any sense. Why would I make any efforts if I already know she's dead? I'm not going to go out in the field and pretend and do some charade or something, like pretending going out doing fake searches with people and passing out files. Why would I do any of that? That's a screw on top of what already happened.
You were hopeful that she wouldn't be found, correct?
I sort of expected that she would be found. I was just surprised it took that long. But watching the way the grass grew over time, that's when I could see that. But when I put her there on March 1st, I'm thinking, that area did not look anything like that. And it certainly did not look like something that would last like several months. I'm thinking she's probably going to get found in a day or two, to be honest.
Now, you saw this morning when Detective Coburn was testifying about the searches that you did on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Searches like how long did fingerprints last outside? How long does DNA last outside?
Correct.
How long does it take maggots to eat cooked meat?
Correct.
How long does it take a body, an unmarried body, to decompose outside?
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did hundreds, if not thousands, of searches during this time frame concerning this case.
I knew I did searches concerning this case and other things that was happening as well. It wasn't just every search is related to this case. There's other cases going on. There was also another lady whose body had been found. So it's not, everything you see on my search is not this case. For example, doing the searches that you showed, there's a search for a broken neck. And Andreen never died from a broken neck. That has nothing to do with this case.
So, but you did hundreds of searches concerning this case, correct?
I don't know how many searches I did, but I did do searches in related to different topics.
The report will speak for itself, correct? In terms of your
Correct.
searches. You're not denying that you did those searches.
I did those searches, yes I did.
Would it surprise you that during all those searches you never once searched something?
If I never did what?
You never once searched self-defense.
Mr. Spear, I got arrested.
Does that surprise you?
I got arrested on
Sir,
March.
answer my question, would that surprise you?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Yes or no?
Listen to it.
What do you mean by assert self-defense? Like have that discussion with my lawyer or have that discussion with the police?
On your phone, you never searched that term. Would that surprise you?
Probably not.
You heard yesterday, or I apologize, it was Friday, when Lieutenant Colonel testified about your demeanor when he met with you, both on March 1st, when you were being detained while they were searching your house, and also on March 2nd, when he and Major Hernandez visited your house. You
Right.
recall that? You recall that he testified that you were very calm throughout the whole.
I appeared to be calm, but that is an outward expression. How I'm actually feeling on the inside, well, the only person that can attest to that would be myself. No one else could do that.
So you were hiding it and kind of internalized.
Of course I was.
You also heard other people describe your demeanor as very calm throughout this, correct?
My outward demeanor is almost the same if you saw me every day under any kind of circumstance, but what's happening on the inside is completely not necessarily reflective of what happens on the outside.
Were you calm when you were beating your wife?
Calm? There was no calm. I was just under attack, and I was just protecting myself at the time, so I'm not sure how that plays a role in this, but...
So you weren't calm, is what you're saying.
All I know is, in those seconds that happened, I was being attacked and I was simply defending myself. As far as, hey, I'm calm, I mean, that's not a calm situation, so I don't know who would be calm in that situation.
You're stating when you called Cindy to try to reach Maureen, not this past Friday, but the Friday before,
Correct.
to let her know what happened, you waited almost 4 years to do that.
So it's always been my intention from the very first time this case started to have this case come to trial very quickly.
Sir, it's a yes or no question.
I said throughout this
Yes
case,
or no?
could you repeat the question then?
Of course. So your intent when you called Cindy to try to reach Maureen, not this past Friday, but the Friday prior,
Right.
to tell her what happened, you waited almost 4 years to do so. Yes or no?
Yes, that would be true.
Full pass.
Defense.
Regardless of your search history, have you always believed you acted in self-defense?
Yes, I've always believed that from the very beginning.
Were you under attack by Andreen?
Absolutely, I was.
Did you use the force necessary to repel or to stop the attack?
That's just a normal reaction, I think, from any human being when you're under attack. You're going to try to defend yourself. You're not just going to let somebody just, run over you.
Did you take any moment to reflect between using her momentum to take her over
Your Honor,
and
I'm
kick her?
absolutely.
Did the prosecutor put words in your mouth by saying, when you threw her down, did you throw her down?
No, so like I said, it was a motion that I used her body weight, some of my strength, and also my leg to kind of trip. Because she's a big person, you can't just throw down a big person. That's just not going to happen physically.
At the very moment you do that, who is attacking whom?
So at that very moment, she's attacking me.
And yeah, I'm handing you two thumb drives. One's marked Defense Exhibit 60 and one's marked Defense Exhibit 61. Have you reviewed short video clips, one of Andreen carrying you around in a piggyback around the house?
Yes.
And the other one with her powerlifting at the gym?
Yes.
When you reviewed those, are they you and Andreen?
Yes, they are.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what they purport to be?
Yes, they are.
We've shared these with the state, and again, and I will offer Defense Exhibits 60 and 61.
Your Honor, we did previously do these in Defense Exhibits 60 and 61. We have no objection.
Okay, they're admitted.
Do we publish?
You want the lights down at all or no? Counsel?
No, I think it's fine. We're just pretty quick. Just thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, the audio is not
Would you describe Andreen as a very strong, powerful woman?
Yes, I would.
When she attacked you, were you in fear?
Yes, I was in fear of, being harmed during that whole situation.
When you left that location, did you believe that Andreen was okay?
I just thought she got the wind knocked out of her. I didn't think, it would be anything more than that. Like I said, she was like some kind of wheezing motion, so I thought, okay, she's got the wind knocked out of her. The whole situation is probably over. Like I said, I ran out to get Elena away from that whole situation. So at that point, I'm just thinking it's over now.
And everything else that you described, and most of the things that are in front of you in evidence, do they all have to do with what occurred after her death? It's not a leading question.
Do you want me to phrase it?
Are you aware of all the evidence that you've seen in this case?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that the vast majority of it occurs after her death?
Well, every single item that they've displayed occurred after Andreen has passed away.
Did you intentionally cause the death of Andreen McDonald?
No, I did not.
Did you commit an act clearly dangerous to human life?
This is an improper line of questioning.
We'll all out to it.
Did you commit an act intentionally, clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Andreen McDonald?
No, I did not.
Pass it.
You stated that Andreen was very physically strong, correct?
That is correct.
And that during this confrontation that happened in your bathroom, you said that she tried to swing at you, kind of grazed your head, or made some contact, correct?
In the back area.
So despite the fact you said that she's so strong, why didn't you have any injuries at all on your person?
I said she's physically strong, but as far as fighting experience, neither one of us had like a whole lot of, neither one of us are martial arts expert, I'll just say that.
Did you have any injuries on yourself at all?
No, the thing happened within a few seconds, like I said before.
And just so I understand, you're stating that she died simply because you used her weight against her to get her down to the ground and kicked her twice.
I'm stating she died from one of those kicks.
We'll pass her on.
One more. Nothing further.
You think you can step down?
Thanks, sir.
Let me take a 5-10 minute break so we can discuss with the council where we're going to go from here.
All rise for the jury. This way, please.
Go ahead.
We only have really one more thing to say.
I assume.
In terms of discussing the council, the defense rests.
That's right. Okay. Well, then the rest of it. Okay. Let's see. Why don't you give me the chance to talk in private about that? Let's see the rest of you. Let's. What we'll do is. Here at. I see there's a freeze. I know I just saw a text that my school's district, the kids' district might close. So let's do 9:30 unless. Make sure all the numbers to the deputy in case the commissioners close the courthouse. With the icy roads. But if not, we'll be here at 9:30, so it's not here at 9. Hopefully it dries up some of the traffic and the ice. I anticipate closing a little bit after that. I'm going to talk to the attorneys about how long, but we'll be hopefully done with closing by lunch.
All right, for the jury. This way, please.